Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Brampton Committee of Council meeting. And we will begin with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance for today's meeting.
Members of committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence in today's meeting. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon?
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Singh is present in chambers. Councillor Fortini.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Hi, Peter. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman. Present. Councillor Bowman is present in chambers. Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Willens has indicated he'll be absent. He'll be joining the meeting later this morning. Other municipal business. Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Councillor Vasante is present in chambers, and Chair Santos is present in chambers. We have 9 members present.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Do any members have any items to add to the agenda? And I see a list here, beginning with Councillor Williams. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning through you, Chair. I would just like to defer item 8.3.1, the minutes of the community safety meeting, to next week, the 20th of council. Thank you.
So that's a deferral of Brampton Safety Committee minutes, Mr. Clerk.
So through you, Chair Santos, it would be a referral because this is for going from Committee of Council to Council. So your intent is to refer the Community Safety Advisory Committee minutes to the April 20th council meeting?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Next is Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to have 3 discussions. One's in camera on procurement, and I'd like to have our procurement staff and also public works in. The other one is on the noise wall on Torbram, and the other one also an in-camera discussion on the catwalk on Torbram that we've discussed many times before.
Okay, Councillor, thank you very much, Councillor Fortini. So you have 2 items to add in camera, is that correct?
Yes, one is about the catwalk on Torbram, which we have discussed,
Okay.
and the other one is something to do with procurement on roads.
Thank
Just a
you.
discussion.
And I will
Okay.
ask the city solicitor, do you know how that would be classified for in-camera items?
Through the chair, the item about the catwalk could be in closed session under the exception for acquisition or disposition of property. I'm not aware of the councillor's item, the other closed session item related to procurement, but I was contacted by another councillor who also has an item related to procurement that they might be putting on the agenda. I don't know if it's the same one, but I have approved that one under the exception for legal advice.
Yeah, okay.
Does
Yes.
that work for you, Councillor
Yep.
Fortini? Okay.
Yes.
So
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. 2 items added, one related to legal advice, the second one related to acquisitions. Next on the list, we have Councillor Paleshi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think that Councillor Fortini and I are talking about the same one, but I'd like to add proposed item 15.1, open session meeting exception under section 2392F of the Municipal Act. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. So that's an additional item added as such, and I believe you already spoke with the city solicitor. That's correct?
Yes, through the chair, I've already spoken to Councillor Paleshi, but if Councillor Fortini's item is not the same item, then I would ask if Councillor Fortini could kindly give me a call or send me an email so I can understand the context of his item and approve the exception if applicable.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah,
Sorry, Councillor Paleshi, that has been added, and for clarification, Councillor Fortini, could you send some communication to the city solicitor regarding the item?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. Moving on.
Sorry, Chair, can I get on the board as well? I don't have a chat option, Councillor Santos. It's
Yeah,
Councillor
for
Dillon.
sure, Councillor Dillon, you are next. Go ahead.
I have 3 items to add, and one is Brampton Fashion Week, and there's a delegation as well with that. And so it's Shira's Mazar. The second one is a kabaddi pitch in Brampton East End. And there's a delegation, Mr. Billy Thumber.
Okay.
And then there's a third one, discussion on Route 501 for bus service 501.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's 3 added items, delegation for Brampton Fashion Week. Councillor Dillon, just for clarification, I have possibly 2 delegations regarding Kabaddi Club and Kabaddi Sports? Or is there just
Yes.
one?
Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Are there 2 delegations regarding Kabaddi, or is there just one
Oh,
delegation?
no, sorry, Baljinder Singh Thumber, yeah, that's exactly it. Just
Baljinder
one for kabaddi.
Just one. Okay, thank you very much. As well as a discussion item regarding Kabaddi Sports Grounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then finally, a discussion item regarding Transit Route 501A.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no further councillors on the list for added agenda items. That being said, is anyone opposed to the added items as we've discussed? Seeing none, that motion carries. The next item.
Sorry, Chair Santos, just through you, would the clerk be able to advise the items that I added, what their agenda item numbers are?
So through you, Chair Santos, I'm going to summarize for the benefit of all committee members the number of items that have been added to the agenda. First, Councillor Williams has requested that there be a referral of Community Safety Advisory Committee minutes 8.3.1 to the April 20th council meeting. Councillor Fortini has proposed to add a new business closed session item, which would be identified as 15.1, and this is in regard to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board in regard to a catwalk on Torbram Road. Councillor Paleshi has added a closed session item, which will be identified as 15.2, an open meeting exception under Section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. There is the potential for a third closed session item that Councillor Fortini is proposing regarding a procurement matter, and that is subject to confirmation with the city solicitor. And then we have added new business item, a discussion item from Councillor Dillon, and that will be identified under the Economic Development section as new business item 10.3.2 regarding Brampton Fashion Week. There will be a corresponding delegation that will be added to the agenda, identified as 6.3 from Sharice Shaw and Ifran Siddiqui, founder, Brampton Fashion Week, regarding Brampton Fashion Week grant and venue. There is an added discussion item that will be listed under the Community Services section as 8.3.5 from Councillor Dillon regarding Kabaddi Sports Grounds. There is an associated delegation that will be identified as 6.4 from Baljinder Singh Tamber, regarding Kabaddi Sports Grounds. And then under Public Works and Engineering, there's a new business item added at the request of Councillor Dillon regarding Brampton Transit Route 501A.
So Peter, what's the number for the 501A, the agenda item?
Through you, Chair Santos, it's under Public Works and Engineering as 12.3.2 under new business.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for the clarification. Moving on, next item of the agenda is declarations of conflict of interest. Do any members have any declarations of conflict of interest for today? Seeing none. The next item is the consent motion. I'll start reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. Item 8.2.1, staff report regarding Brampton Youth Pass Pilot Program.
Hold, please. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Held. 8.3.1 minutes, Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, that has been referred to Council on April 20th. 8.3.2 minutes, Brampton Senior Citizens Council meeting, March 1st, 2022. Seeing no holds, that is in consent. 9.2.1, staff report, delegation of authority for restricted acts under Section 275 of the Municipal Act 2001. Councillor Bowman is holding that. 9.2.2, staff report, establishing the 2022-2026 Compliance Audit Committee. I hear and see no holds, that is in consent. Oh, I see a hold from Councillor Singh. 9.4.1, correspondence from Mayor Alan Thompson, Town of Caledon, dated April 1st, regarding a letter to the Minister of Transportation, nuisance noise from exhaust systems. Councillor Vicente is holding that. 11.2.1, staff report, tax adjustments, cancellations, and reductions pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001.
Hold, please.
Councillor Paleshi, is that you?
Yes.
Thank you. 11.2.2, staff report, bylaw to establish tax ratios 2022. Councillor Bowman is holding that. Wow. 11.2.3, staff report, capital project financial status report. Councillor Bowman is holding that. 11.2.4, staff report, 2021 year-end operating budget and reserve report. Councillor Bowman is holding that. 11.2.5, staff report, modernizing the City of Brampton's policies and practices, governing policy, updates and overview of the corporate policy program. All right, that's in consent. 11.2.6, staff report regarding modernizing the City of Brampton's policies and practices obsolete policies report. Another winner, consent. 11.4.1, correspondence from Dr. David Wheeler dated March 28, 2022 regarding Brampton U project. Fantastic, that is also in consent. A few more to go. 12.2.1, staff report regarding initiation of subdivision assumption Brampton West 1-2 limited registered plan, south of Steeles, west of Mavis Road, Ward 6. That is in consent. 11.2.2, staff report, always stop via Romano Way and Brunetta Way, Zia Doda Crescent, northerly intersection, Ward 10. That is in consent. 12.2.3, staff report, request to begin procurement, stormwater management, pond maintenance, Bloor Pond, Ward 9. That is in consent. And finally, 12.3.1, minutes, Environmental Advisory Committee, April 5th.
Hold for Councillor Willens.
Councillor Willens would like to hold that via Councillor Bowman. The clerk will now summarize those items to be included in the consent motion for approval.
Through you, Chair Santos, so the items to be included in the consent motion include 8.3.2, the minutes from the Brampton Senior Citizen Council meeting of March 1st, 11.2.5, a staff report on modernizing Brampton's policies and practices, governing policy 1.1.0 update, 11.2.6, staff report modernizing the City of Brampton policies and practices, obsolete policies report, 11.4.1, correspondence from Dr. David Wheeler regarding Brampton U project, 12.2.1, a staff report on initiation of a subdivision assumption, south of Steeles Avenue, west of Mavis Road in Ward 6. 12.2.2, a staff report on all-way stop review via Romano and Brunetta Way, Zia Doda Crescent. And 12.2.3, a staff report, request to begin procurement, stormwater management pond maintenance at Bloor Pond. Those items are for the consent motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to approve the consent motion. And I believe this is a recorded vote.
Members of committee, a recorded vote for approval or opposition to the consent motion. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
In favor?
Councillor Singh.
Yes, in favor.
It's a yes from Councillor Singh. Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Willens is still absent. Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
It's a yes. Chair Santos.
Yes.
That carries a vote by 9-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We have no announcements today, although today is Pink Shirt Day, but we do have a number of delegations that have been added to our list this morning. First one is possible delegations regarding proposed amendment to mobile licensing bylaw taxi licensing. This relates to item 9.3.1 on the agenda. Mr. Clerk, do we have any delegates on this for today?
We have no delegations registered, Chair Santos.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the next delegation, which was actually added, I believe that is from Councillor Dillon for Brampton Fashion Week.
Through you, Chair Santos, we have delegation 6.2 from Roy Prince regarding election campaign donations.
I apologize, I had to turn the page. So item 6.2, Roy Prince, Brampton resident regarding election campaign donations. Thank you for coming, Roy. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Well, good morning.
I'll try to talk fast, keep within the 5 minutes. Basically, I'll give the background to this. As a result of a Brampton neighborhood group opposition to a development proposal put forward by an Ontario corporation, it was discovered that contributions of over $33,000 were provided by the Ontario corporation indirectly to Brampton candidates seeking elections in 2018. It should be noted that the Municipal Elections Act, 1996, sub 88.8, sub 4, specifically states that a corporation that carries on business in Ontario cannot contribute to a candidate's election campaign. The Ontario corporation referred to previously and that carries on business with the City of Brampton circumvented the act by allowing its officers to make election campaign donations on behalf of the corporation to candidates seeking public office in Brampton. So municipalities are required prior to October 1st in a regular election year to establish a compliance audit committee to consider requests for compliance audits. Brampton Bylaw 33-2018 established a compliance audit committee for the 2018 to 2022 term of council in accordance with the Municipal Elections Act. However, the committee only considers applications for a compliance audit from an eligible elector if he or she believes on reasonable grounds that a candidate or third-party advertiser is in contravention of the Municipal Elections Act relating to campaign finances. In other words, there must be a complaint before the compliance committee is tasked with reviewing the source of the donations. So it is proposed that the Brampton's current elected public officials vote to prohibit election campaign donations made indirectly through officers and friends of corporations that carry on business in Ontario and do business with the City of Brampton for the 2022 election campaign, as well as future campaigns. And this would include all individuals seeking election to Brampton public office. Brampton elected officials are responsible to file finances to December 31st or 45 days after voting day in a by-election. The elected officials then are required to sign off on their detailed financial statements by March 31st of the following year. Currently, the Compliance Committee does not have access to individual source of donations seeking election or re-election, so obviously would be unable to ascertain the source of these donations. It is therefore also proposed that the Compliance Committee be provided with a detailed list of donors for review before the candidates are acclaimed through the election process to ensure that those individuals seeking public office did not receive donations from officers or individuals connected to an Ontario corporation seeking business or approval of a proposed development with the City of Brampton. Failure to do so would disqualify the candidate from public office. So in conclusion, what have I got? Geez, I better hurry. Okay. There must be transparency in Brampton's elected process, and the candidates should not be allowed to accept election donations indirectly from companies that do business with Brampton or those companies that seek to do business with Brampton. The election donations and questions are obviously made by Ontario corporations because the expectation is that the elected officials will vote in favor of their proposed development and for no other reason. I would appreciate a response should you conclude that my proposal has no merit. On the other side, if you agree with my proposal, I would also appreciate a response outlining the changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oh. There we go. Thank you so much, Mr. Prince. Do any members have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much to you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in. I just want to ask the City Clerk, the election donations, are they not posted on the city website for year after year after year? I believe they're still there, aren't they, from last election?
Through you, Chair Santos, yes, they are. There is a requirement to make the candidate's financial statement, which includes a list of contributors and how much they've contributed, publicly available. And that is posted on our city website for the 2018 election. I don't know if we still have 2014 on there, but we do have historical data available, yes.
Okay, and we do have an item on the agenda today to appoint the audit committee?
The agenda item today is to, which has been approved on the consent motion, or no, not on the consent motion, is to establish the committee. The appointments will follow probably in May or June after the recruitment process is completed.
Okay, and Mr. Prince, is that what you're looking for, the establishment of that committee and the release of all those numbers?
I was on the committee in 2014.
Okay.
And nothing happened. I waited for something to happen. I thought I was ready. Nothing happened. And if there's no complaints, the audit committee does nothing.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, you need to look at the source of the donations. If they come from officers indirectly, from a corporation seeking business, that's a no-no.
Okay.
They're doing it for one reason.
Yep.
It's not a dull moment.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prince and Councillor Bowman, for your questions. I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive the delegation. Anyone opposed? Thank you, that motion carries. Next, I believe, Mr. Clerk, is our added delegation. There are a couple of them.
Through you, Chair Santos, the first is on Brampton Fashion Week, and Shiraz Shah and Ifran Siddiqui. I do not see them on the session at the moment.
Okay.
I don't think they've joined. So what I'd suggest, Chair Santos, is perhaps we move on to the next delegation, which is on Kabaddi Sports Grounds. Baljinder Singh Tammer is present, and we can bring him into the session for his delegation.
Wonderful. So we'll move on to a delegation from Baljinder Tamber regarding Kabaddi Sports Club. Go ahead, Mr. Baljinder.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Very well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. I've been delegated before for Sikh Sports Club grounds, but this is for Kabaddi grounds we're requesting for. In Brampton, we can find a location, hopefully in the east. I'm just going to talk about myself first, because I only have 5 minutes. I've been involved with the many sports clubs, whether it's a Sikh Sports Club, whether it's a Peel Sports and Culture Club, or Mountain Festival, Karasaga Festival. Now I'm Outreach Director for Ontario Kabaddi Club. Kabaddi is a huge sport in India, especially in Punjab. It's played right around the world. We're talking about circle kabaddi, men and women play it. It's been played here in Canada, Mississauga, Malton, Brampton, Ontario, British Columbia, all over Canada, all over the world. In 1970s, it played in Wildwood Park. Then as it grew so big, it's played in many other areas where we can find the ground. But today there's World Cups, National Kabaddi Cups, and there's including World Cup in Canada also happens in Hamilton indoor grounds. But we are looking for is Kabaddi grounds for something in Brampton. We can, there's almost $2 million spent by all the clubs just in Ontario each year to play Kabaddi or require grounds, and the teams come from all around the world, but we don't have any Kabaddi fields. I did send a PowerPoint. It just outlines the the size of the field we're looking for, what's involved in it. I did have a meeting with Gurpreet Tillam and your in Sports Direct, Mr. Gageboard. He's doing a wonderful job trying to get us grounds for this year. But we're looking for something permanent ground for Kabaddi. A lot of youth is moving from Punjab, India, all over the world, and they play Kabaddi, but they don't have any fields to practice on. If we have a Kabaddi field for Kabaddi, we can have our youth to participate in and practicing on these fields in a couple of years. We'll have own players in Ontario and Canada to play Kabaddi and play around the world. So my request is if we could get designated Kabaddi grounds, maybe some baseball fields are not used. I'll leave that to you guys, but we are looking for a official Kabaddi ground. We could call it. This is where teams can practice and have their tournaments every summer.
Thank you very much for your delegation.
Any questions?
Thank you so much for your delegation. And I do have a question from Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair Santos. And so Mr. Thumbert and I met recently. We met with the interim commissioner, Anand Patel, as well. So essentially what Mr. Thumbert is asking for, particularly in the East End, there's no kabaddi facilities at all. We do have power rate centers for the larger tournaments, and if you've seen over the past few years, the availability was limited. And so, we've seen, and perhaps Mr. Patel can respond as well. We've seen some makeshift kabaddi fields being built in Mayfield and Airport at the Mayfield Gurdwara, in other places as well. And so, we have such a large and growing kabaddi community. I know Councillor Singh was able to introduce it in high school during his term as a school trustee as well. So it's a really budding and growing sport. I would say that confidently that a vast number, if not the majority, of people who watch kabaddi are in the East End, east of the 410. And so I want to refer back to staff and, just let Mr. Anand Patel comment as well. So I just want to kind of refer back, for staff to identify some lands in the city to be where a kabaddi pitch can be built, whether it's a conversion of something or whether it's or something new. So I'd like to move that forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dillon. That's a referral motion back to staff to take a look at possible lands available for kabaddi sports grounds. And Mr. Tamber, would you have any comment and follow up to Councillor Dillon? And then I'll ask staff to also comment as well.
Well, I just want to say thank you. You guys understand. I've been involved in very many sports clubs, and this is a sports club that I just became this year the outreach director. So they've been spending so much money, but they've been looking for kabaddi grounds, officially kabaddi grounds, and the community is growing. And if city can look into something for these kabaddi clubs and kabaddi organization, that would be wonderful. We're willing to work with the city. We're willing to work with the area and the land. I did send my PowerPoint, just the size of the land or size of the ground we're looking for. But we're willing to work with the city any way they want.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tember, and I'll ask our Interim Commissioner of Community Services to please also comment.
Yeah, through the chair. We have been working with Mr. Tamber on this. For clarity, this is for a practice-sized kabaddi field. It's not for a full-size like CA. Am I correct in saying that? To the delegate.
Well, if you guys want to give me CA, that would be nice. But this is just a practice-sized ground. But that would include the tents and the bleachers to be added along with the size.
Through the chair. Yeah.
This is just a playing area I sent you in a PowerPoint, but this is the required playing area. Then we add the washrooms and the tents and the bleachers. That would increase the size of the land.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Anand, for that question and for the clarification, Mr. Tember, and the referral motion from Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, sorry, Chair Santos, may I just add a comment to that?
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
So I think just for clarification, I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Thumbert, as well, we're talking about the field, but if, and when you say added area, that's means, if we wanted to bring in temporary bleachers and washrooms, nothing permanent, that's correct, right?
Yeah, it's correct. We can do a practice run for the first year with this. If we need this many bleachers, we need this many tents, this many washrooms, and if it works out for the city, we could put in some permanent plan.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, it's just the extra space required. Is if to make room for any temporary bleachers and all that. So I just wanted to just add that in for clarification. Thank you. And so go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dillon. So we do have a referral motion on the floor. Do any members of council oppose? Seeing none, that does carry. Mr. Clerk, we do have another delegation. Have the folks from Brampton Fashion Week joined us yet?
Through you, Chair Santos, no, we don't see them joining the session at this point in time. So the suggestion may be to stand that item down and we see if they join. It was just added to the agenda this morning. They have been sent the contact details, and committee could come back at some point and see if they're available.
Okay, we'll take that advice, Mr. Clerk. So we'll see if the delegation will show up later on in the meeting and receive and have that delegation at that point in time. That being said, the next item is 7.1, Government Relation Matters, and we have Andreas Hoffman from the CAO's office who will present to Committee of Council today. Go ahead.
Through you, I'll begin with regional matters and an overview of select regional agenda items. Next slide, please. Can move to next slide, please. First, I'd like to highlight item 8.1, which recommends a new regional official plan for regional adoption. The regional staff have completed PL 2051 Regional Official Plan Review, as well as Municipal Comprehensive Review. And tomorrow, the Regional Council will be looking at the official plan for its adoption. I would point out that city staff have no concerns in regards to the report, and the report does indicate that regional staff would come back to the council on further phases of the 2051 Regional Official Plan Review. Next slide, please. Item 11.2 is 2022 election period rules. It's a report for information report that provides an overview of rules that will apply to use of regional resources during an election campaign, as well as potential restrictions to council's authority. I would point out that Brampton has already updated its use of corporate resources policy back in January, and the staff recommend that the report be received. Next slide, please. Next is 13.1, which is an overview of the provincial transportation plan for Greater Golden Horseshoe area. The report does identify areas of alignment with regional transportation priorities, as well as identifies gaps and potential issues, which is why the report does include a recommendation that the regional chair write to Ministry of Transportation requesting that the identified gaps be addressed. Transportation planning staff agree with a position outlined by the regional staff and do support reaching out to the Ministry of Transportation. It's also noteworthy that staff agree with MTO's approach, which does include further outreach to the municipal sector in terms of future reviews as well as updates to the plan. Staff do support the regional report. I would also point out that there are two motions on the regional agenda for tomorrow. One is related to Highway 413 and issues around congestion due to traffic from trucks and goods movement vehicles. The motion calls on the province to address the issues, including potential reduction of tolls on 407. The other motion is in regards to provincial legislation that speaks to towing and storage industry. I'll mention that we have brought that to Council's attention at the last Committee of Council meeting. Next slide, please. In provincial updates, on Monday, the province announced 267 million over 3 years through Community Safety and Policing Grant Program. It is money that was part of 2021 provincial budget. As a result of this announcement, Peel Regional Police is receiving $21.4 million for Analytics Bureau that will help to gather centralized data and ensure that Peel Regional Police programs do meet their objectives. PRP is also receiving $1.5 million over 3 years from the gangs Guns, Gangs, and Violence Reduction Strategy, which is funding that will go directly to local work, police work to address gang-related issues. I would also mention that since the presentation was put together, the Provincial Financial Accountability Office has released its latest report that speaks to economic and budget outlook for the province. Noteworthy is a change in the accountability officer's outlook in terms of provincial deficits, and that it does point out that there is a potential for a province to realize surplus as early in 2023-24 budget. It does point out province would have to be very cautious in terms of its spending policy. Another development since this week is that the Ontario Energy Board has released a report that looks at potential of implementation of a lower energy rate. It would be an overnight rate that has potential to save consumers up to $90 a year. That is not something that's currently in place, and the report puts this forward as an option that might be looked at. Next slide, please. In federal updates, last Thursday, the Finance Minister has tabled the 2022 federal budget. Public Affairs team has circulated to members of Council briefing note that included key elements, key highlights from the document, as well as initial analysis. I'm not going to go into details, but I will only point out that the budget was heavily focused on housing, climate change, economy, as well as issues related to affordability. Of interest is definitely the new Housing Accelerator Fund, which potentially allocates $4 billion to housing projects that might benefit municipalities. So further review of opportunities for funding is definitely valid. Also, this new money for Rapid Housing Initiative, and that it's a program that's been in place for a number of years, and it's receiving additional $1.5 billion over 2 years. Also, something that we're investigating is further funding for the Zero Emissions Vehicles program. That is money allocated for charger infrastructure, as well as costs related to switching to clean zero emissions vehicles. Next slide, please. On the economy side, there is an introduction of a new Canada Growth Fund. It is a move that looks at attracting private capital with focus on key policy areas, such as reduction of emissions, such as clean, low-carbon economy and technologies, as well as implementation of new technologies, and addressing issues in terms of key goods movement corridors, as well as supply chains. So that's definitely something of interest to Brampton, and we'll be looking closer into this for potential in terms of further investment into the city. Next slide, please. And last slide is really just a reminder in terms of a deadline for early bird registration for this year's FCM conference. Conference takes place June 2nd to 5th. Early bird registration rate is available until Friday, April 22nd, and Public Affairs team is available to provide any support required. And with that, this concludes today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andreas, for your presentation. And do any members have any questions for Andreas at this time? Are you on the board? I can't see for some reason. Oh, I see. Okay, Councilor Majerus.
Thank you for you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. A lot of great nuggets, and I think many of us can spend all day talking about all the various announcements and so on. I want to focus on the first one, which was regarding the regional's official plan, and I appreciate they are bringing a report. My concerns around some of the amendments that were proposed, and I won't speak for Councillor Dillon, and if he wants to jump in, go ahead, but there were some proposed amendments to, I guess, the articulation, specifically in this area, regarding employment lands and possible looking at it for mixed use. And what I felt that, and again, I'll be addressing these comments at the region, it just doesn't, in my mind, what is being proposed doesn't really reflect, what were a lot of proposed amendments by generally councillors from the different jurisdictions, being Caledon and Mississauga. And, you know, based on the pressure that we're dealing with, just this morning, Councillor Sentum and myself were at the Brampton Board of Trade discussion, and affordable housing, that magic middle, et cetera, is always on the forefront of dialogue, it's the forefront of conversation with residents, and it doesn't seem, in my mind, that the official plan really addresses local realities. And I guess my question to planning staff, and I'm not looking for an answer now, but I'm hoping, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, a regional council, but in terms of putting our sort of position forward, and I know Councillor Dillon has showed leadership in this area. I know Councillor Fortini also there was an impact in his area as well. I guess planning staff, have you been monitoring those proposed amendments? I know you have some staff have been in contact with Councillor Dillon regarding proposed amendments, and what can we do locally to support sort of our position and what we see as, you know, some of potential in terms of mixed use, because again, we always go back to that traditional definition of employment. I know Councillor Pelletier has always been very passionate about, you know, that definition of what employment is. And, you know, we're trying to get away from that barcode economy, away from the logistics and, you know, that traditional sense of employment. And we're, you know, every trend tells us we have to get into more, you know, with a knowledge-based economy, jobs of the future. So really looking at that mixed use, providing that density. Because if you don't, you know, it's kind of a chicken and egg story, especially out in wards 9 and 10, that if you don't have the critical mass, they're not going to get the critical public services, amenities, transit. But at the same time, we do want to protect those employment lands. So that is quite the dilemma and quite the dialogue. So I do think there has to find that, how do we address it? And I don't know if planning staff just maybe want to comment on how we can regroup. And I know, you know, those are conversations, Councillor Dillon, I think he talked about some charrettes, some possible visioning exercises, you know, similar, not as blown up as Heritage Heights, but really providing an alternative sort of vision, what we'd like to see in the area. So maybe planning staff want to just provide any comment.
Thank you so much, Councillor Medeiros. Are there any planning staff currently joining us virtually who can respond? Mr. CAO?
To you, Madam Chair. I believe Alan Parsons is on the line. So we'll ask
Alan Parsons is here.
And through Mr. Chair, I see that we actually do also have Bob Bierke on the line. And I know that Bob and his team and Andrew McNeil, they've been looking closely at the matter of the location at Airport Road and Mayfield, the subject right here, the conversation, and having conversations with Councillor Dillon, discussing matters as it relates to having a charrette to help along, looking at various alternatives for land use at that particular intersection. And they're very close to the matter of employment conversion that's being looked at by the Region of Peel. So really I would defer to Bob. Bob, would you mind speaking to the matter? Thank you.
No, not at all. Through the chair, I think as Alan has summarized it, it is something that we're well aware of. We certainly have had conversations with you, various councillors there, and we've worked very closely with the region in the work that they've been doing to respond to those referrals back. And the approach that I think you've alluded to is the one that we've suggested. There's a lot of areas for conversions that are underway, particularly around transit areas. You know, these areas are ones that we think there is some potential to look at, and the proposed approach from the region sets up an opportunity for us to go back and do that further work at a local level, and really sort of chart the course for how we can both protect the employment lands, but also secure you know, some alternatives and some additional uses in that process, and make sure that we've got both of those aspects covered. Without, I think, if we were to just do a conversion as a result of the official plan, we'd lose the opportunity to provide some of that protection for the employment lands, and some of that more detailed study to get the outcomes that we'd like to see would be more difficult to achieve. So I think the approach that's there, I mean, from our perspective, I think does reflect an opportunity for us to do the further work at a local level and reflect exactly the things that council's been looking for.
No, that's great. It's great that you know, we're putting some thinking around it, and again, I do understand that I think we have to have the official plan approved by July 1st, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll see what the discussion brings out tomorrow. But, I do appreciate that, because I know in Mississauga Road and Steeles, there's been some discussion, some opportunity there, as well as sort of re-envisioning what that sort of area could look like instead of that sort of traditional employment. Because, one of the challenges that you've mentioned it, and you guys know way better than I would, is that, it's really becoming blurry lines where, the traditional sense of employment being separated from where you live, those are really sort of becoming a different reality as we move forward, and the type of employment that we want to see, the type of per acre or per square footage employment. I think especially as a big city, as we're developing as a large urban center, that we really want to focus on that. And so it's great that we're doing some thinking around it, and we look forward to the discussion tomorrow. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. I have Councillor Singh, and I believe followed by Councillor Willens. Councillor Singh.
And I will piggyback off of some of these comments. When staff talk about employment lands and flexibility, are we looking at, when we look at Wards 9 and 10, there's a vast swath of employment land. We're not looking at flexibility for that whole swath, are we? Like Highway 50, are we looking at mixed use on Highway 50 employment lands?
No, through the chair.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And I think we have to be really clear on what makes up most of those kinds of employment lands, because there are some that you can introduce some range of uses that can work well together, right? There's others for which, and then exactly the ones you're talking about, that do require space, and they're only appropriate when they when they are set up together and designed that way. And those kinds of employment lands, those industrial uses, logistics, certainly don't fit well with residential. So absolutely, we know those are important to keep distinct, because introducing some sensitive land uses really constrains the employment opportunities.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because when I door knock in Wards 9 and 10, one of the biggest issues outside a hospital, a university, is there's no jobs, and it's true, there are no jobs. You have a little bit on Dixie and Mayfield, and that's pretty much it. So it's very important, I think, that we do prioritize preserving as much employment lands as we can. But having said that, there are areas identified by Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Dillon that where some flexibility might be an option, but as long as it's not an umbrella approach for the whole area, I think that's very, very important. Secondly, I actually had questions for the transportation master plan being proposed, and my question is more for transit. Has it the transportation master plan, has it integrated our priorities when it comes to transportation, including Queen Street BRT, all day, 2-day go, LRT? Those are the three I can think of off the top of my head, but could you just make sure that they're embedded into this plan as well?
Absolutely, and through the chair, our staff work very closely with, starting from the official plan all the way to our transportation master plan that propagates into our transit business plan in terms of deliverables, and they include all those elements into that overall transportation plan.
So it will be embedded in the Golden Horseshoe Transportation Master Plan?
Yes, whenever, through the chair, whatever comes through the transportation master plan, our team at Trans are also part of that, working with the transportation planners as well.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to confirm that our priorities will also be embedded into this plan. That's all I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Singh. And I have Councillor Willens. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Andres, for the report. This relates to the federal government relations report in the affordable housing. Maybe you can take a deeper dive. I'm not sure if there's any addresses, incentives or advantages for developers and municipalities and as it relates to their climate plan and with the building materials, the construction building materials that are being used in such projects as this. Because the recent report from the Builders for Climate Action came out, and they're finding that a lot of the greenhouse gas emissions that the municipalities are facing is with the upfront embodied emissions in the materials being used. So I'm wondering if you could maybe take a deep dive into that, Andreas, and see if there's anything there that maybe could give an advantage to a developer or a municipality that wants to put some type of affordable housing in a certain area.
Thank you, Councillor. The 2022 budget actually has significantly expanded the Infrastructure Canada portfolio. So we've already reached out to their staff to not only make sure that we've introduced ourselves, but also learn more details about existing and new programs that are proposed. So we're working to develop those relationships further and get further details on the programs that can apply to the city and benefit us either from funding or policy perspective.
Yeah, that's great, because I just got off of a call with, that's why I was late, I just got off the call with the Dutch-Canadian Circular Alliance, and the Toronto waterfront is looking at a lot of that right now in their new construction of the buildings. They're using, they're going to have, I think, one of the first high-rise or mid-rise wood frame construction, and I believe it was for affordable housing. So that's good that you're on top of it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Willens, and thank you, Andreas, for the presentation and the response to questions. I see no further questions from members of council. I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the update from Government Relations. Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Next item on the agenda is...
Chair Santos, I just want to give an update on the Brampton Fashion Week. I called them. They indicated they didn't receive a confirmation back. So I was wondering if we can defer that to next council.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dillon. So are members okay with us referring that particular delegation for April 20th council meeting? Okay.
So through you, Chair Santos, just to clarify, we're referring the delegation and the discussion item from Councillor Dillon?
Correct, yes. Thank you very much. Anyone opposed to that? Mr. Clerk, is that okay as a proper motion for referral? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Next item is community services, and 8.2.1 was held by Councillor Williams, Explore Brampton Youth Pass Pilot Program. Councillor Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Love this report. I'm so happy to see this come back, and that Transit and Recreation have been working together to see this initiative come to fruition here for the city of Brampton. Essentially, what it's going to do is going to allow students to be able to access our transit and our recreation programs free, so that they can become familiarized with our transit system and be able to use our recreation services throughout the summer. I just have a few questions. I think, when you look at the overview, it does speak to the loss in revenue, but in the, on about page 6, it does say that because of the amount of youth that will be accessing our transit, familiar with the transit process, it will result in a net zero impact. So this is really encouraging to see. I think we need to see more of our young people feel confident on our bus pass, on our transit system, and use it throughout the year. It's just a really positive thing. So I noticed in the report it says 1,000 youth and up to the ages of 15. I wonder, through staff, have we considered moving it to 16? I think there's a number of young people at age 16 who may not necessarily be working, but would benefit from also being able to access this. We know there's probably around 50,000 students that are around that age group in Brampton right now. So if we were to increase the age to 16 and see kids at that age, would that have any significant implications? And then also looking at increasing the number, because I'm concerned with the number of students we have. We will have significant wait lists if we just limit it to 1,000 students. So I'm hoping that we can see at least 2,000 and then be able to see what the wait list will look like after this summer.
Thank you so much, Councillor Williams. Is there staff who would like to respond?
Through you, Chair. In terms of the questions, Councillor Williams, that you raised, the actual numbers of 1,000 and the age group between 12 and 15 were something that we had based on data of usage, not only in the rec centers, but also with transit. And 15 seemed to be that tipping point where after 16, I don't know what happens, but the usage isn't that great. We can certainly look at increasing that. We'd have to take that back to understand what the impacts would be financially as well as capacity. Although 1 year more may not be a huge implication, but something that if you can give us time to look at that would be advantageous to implement in the program. In terms of going from 1,000 to 2,000, again, that's something we have to check with Rec 2 and capacity as well as for transit. Certainly, we're more than happy to take that back and review what the implications are. The financial costs, which are theoretical right now in terms of the losses, we wanted to validate through the program. And that's why we proposed the 1,000. It gives us a bit more ability to manage it effectively. And what you mentioned about net zero, we're looking at, the 1,000 people, typically 20% of that would be transit users today, so that would be our revenue loss that we anticipate experiencing. But again, for the other 80% that would use a system, we may, even if we saw 20% of those 80% start riding transit after, we'd be able to recover those losses within this fiscal year of our operating budget. So we could take that back unless we have a directive now to implement that, which we'll do at Council's direction, but certainly it would be important to look at what our capacity issues are to be able to manage that. I hope that answers the question through your chair to Councillor Williams.
That does, and I see the benefit of understanding clearly what the implications could be. If we were to just refer this to next week, and would that be enough time? Because I do know that getting this ready to go now would be ideal because summer's fast approaching, and want to have this program ready to go and get our kids using our programs and being able to promote this as well. If there is financial implications, I see in the report, being able to, I'm wondering, can we look at the recreation side of our budget to be able to offset the extra 1,000, and that way we can just have the 2,000 kids being able to use the program if we tap into the recreation budget, since both transit and recreation are being kind of working together on this. Is that a possibility?
So perhaps through you, Chair, if I could, Councillor Williams, take that back, and I'm not sure of the procedural part, but rather than being referred, if we can't, for some reason, do that, we can communicate by email that we will implement 2,000, and we can make it at that. If there's issues that we find through my colleagues in REC who work very closely with the transit staff in making this happen, we can then report back next week if that helps.
That does help, yeah. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Alex, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's quite all right. So if I understand correctly, if after checking with our transit staff, understanding the implication, and with our REC partners, if there's no issue or not a significant issue, and Council's directive is to see if we can do 2,000, then we'll just email everyone executing on that. And if there's issues with that, then we can bring back next week a report. I just want to make sure that we're able to do that within the next week time frame of getting that work done.
That would be great. Yeah, and that way we can approve this now, and then you can do the 2,000, we get the email, and we go ahead and up to the ages around 16. I really do appreciate in the strategy to get this out, we're looking at schools and community agencies, and I want to hope that we stress the community agencies and encourage organizations that do serve our youth population to be able to have access to this, before opening it to the wider community, just to ensure that those who are in need are able to benefit from this. And so I really do appreciate looking at the community agencies when we're doing this. And I know there's a wide list through the youth support task force. We were having monthly meetings with large community youth-focused organizations, And so if we can push this out to that group so we can get a number of the kids that they serve being able to access this, that would be really great to see. Yeah, but outside of that, I think this is an excellent program. I think this is a good news story for Brampton, getting our young people to access our transit system. And I also love the strategy that you're going to use to help kids who are successful in getting in this program, having a great step-by-step on how to access transit. Question though, are parents able to attend some of these sessions so that we can encourage parents to feel confident that our kids are going to be riding our buses and confident that our kids will be safe on our buses and so on and so forth?
Through the chair, the program would only allow the youth a free pass. The parents are more than welcome to join them, but they would be charged a fare under the current program. And I couldn't speak to rec in regards to the recreational side of it, but on the transit side, that's the way administratively we'd have to implement it.
Oh, absolutely. I was saying the information sessions. In the report under the program administration section, they're similar to how we do the new members who they can we kind of show them about transit. That I'm just saying if parents are be able to attend with the kids, just so we can encourage our parents to feel comfortable and confident that our kids are using the bus system safely. Not to get the passes for free for the parents, not at all. It's just the information sessions that we can say parents are able to attend with their kids just so they can learn the program. And it includes the orientation session, that includes a tour, specific recreation centers, similar to the newcomer tour.
And through the chair, we'll certainly take that back and make sure that whatever programs we have for orientation are open to the parents of the youth as well. And as part of the communication that we would provide through this program, we'd also make sure that there is some type of contact or reach out point for a parent to be able to access any information that they'd want to know in terms of how their children or will be able to travel the system and use the program. So we'll make sure we include that in our communication.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So I'm happy to receive the report and move the recommendations, seeing that we'll be hearing back from staff on whether or not the 2,000 and increase to 16 years comes back with a thumbs up. All right. Thank you so much. Great program, Alex, and all the rec staff who've been working on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Williams. So we no longer have the referral motion, and we're back to the original report and the recommendations therein. Next speaker is Councillor Maderos.
Thank you for you, Chair, and echo many of the comments from Councillor Williams. Great initiative. It brings me back to last term where we had a school trustee and I believe a resident out in Ward 6, if I'm not mistaken, who were passionate about bringing student pass because of, I think, her child was in a high skills major program and had to be taking transit across the city. The one salient point, and Councillor Williams touched upon, I hope a guiding principle is that it gets to the kids in need. So it's going to families in need, and I don't know if we have means, like the means testing it or trying to look at what the aggregate family income, like I don't know the administration of it, but I want the guiding principle. It's going to, to be quite, frank, my children, I would be able to afford to support them to participate. So, and I know every year when we come to the budget, and recreation staff know this better than me, and they can speak to it, that some of the sort of income support programs that we provide or access, subsidized access to our recreation gets subscribed, immediately, and we have pressures regarding that. So I would really love that this really focus on those children as much as we can, and that becomes a guiding principle, that it's going to get those, it's going to reach the kids and families that are most in need from the pilot experience. And I know it's difficult to administer, but I would hope that would be a guiding principle.
Sorry, through you, Chair, maybe just to provide some context to that, Councillor Medeiros. Absolutely, we'll definitely look at what we can do in that regard, and I know that also we help families of low income through the Affordable Transportation Program through the Region of Peel that's subsidized heavily as well. So we're definitely, if there's any families out there, contact us. We're always willing to make sure we navigate what other opportunities there are to there, but we'll definitely look at that through the program as well.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, and just, I think there was a touching upon newcomers as well.
Your mic, just hit your mic button. I can't hear you. Yeah. It was flashing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Also, we touched upon newcomers because this is a great way also as an introduction, and we know some of the barriers they face. So I know this is a pilot project. There's going to be a lot of learnings back and forth, and so that's great that that will be sort of in consideration. I know we're not going to get it perfect, but I agree this should be a signature program. Would like to ask for a recorded vote just to, because I think this is such an important initiative. And thank you to recreational staff and transit staff. When we see departments work, cross department, and you see these type of collaborations and partnerships, I think that's ultimately providing those services to our residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Medeiros, and that will be a recorded vote when it comes up. As Chair, permission to speak to this item, please. Thank you so much, Councillor Medeiros. And I share the same sentiment from Councillor Williams as well as Councillor Medeiros in support of this innovative and creative solution, especially for our young people. But to Councillor Medeiros' point with respect to targeting those families and those folks in need the most, just wondering if you could comment on some of the communications and outreach sort of strategy to roll out this particular program to make sure that we are reaching those who are most in need, and perhaps also some comment as to whether or not part of that outreach will involve our schools, our high schools, our elementary schools, the school board, and perhaps some opportunities within the registration program at Recreation Brampton, when parents are looking for programs to register their students. So over to staff for that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I know that we do have a comms plan that will be going out, and perhaps if I have my colleague Ivana Thomas, Director of Transit Services, on the line, perhaps she can provide a bit of an overview of our comms that we're going to be putting out, I believe, in May. And I'll just give Ivana an opportunity to join if she's on.
Hi, good morning, Alex. Thank you, everyone. And through the chair, Councillor Santos, yes, we definitely are planning a communications plan with our colleagues in strategic communications. We had a really good meeting this week to talk about the various tactics, which will include definitely reaching out to schools and high schools, elementary schools, the community groups, and also the youth support task force. So we're looking at social media, hopefully connecting with the school boards to get them to share the messaging through the teachers. So we're looking at a comprehensive approach. And just to speak to the community outreach and orientation, we're also looking at something to do maybe digitally or virtually where parents can join as well to learn about transit and the recreation program. So we're finalizing the details over the next several weeks, and we hope to launch the application process mid to end of May, so we're ready for launch on July 1st.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ivana. Any further comment?
I just have one.
Go ahead, Anand.
Through the chair. So we do have a contract position in place that is carrying through some of the youth support task force items. So we have queued up some of the community groups and some of the agencies also. We've made them aware that this is in the pipeline. So when it does go live, they would be also able to distribute to their membership as well.
Wonderful. Thanks, Anand. And thank you very much for that response. We do have a motion moved by Councillor Williams, and it is a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, over to you.
Recorded vote's been requested. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh? I don't see Councillor Singh online, and he's not in the chambers at the moment. I'll come back. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Thank you. That's a yes. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Councillor Vasante?
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Singh? Don't see Councillor Singh online. Councillor Singh is absent. Chair Santos?
Yes.
That carries 9-0.
Thank you so much. Moving on, item 8.3.1 was referred to next council meeting. Next item is minutes, Brampton Senior Citizens Council meeting that was put into consent. And next item is 8.3.3, discussion item from Councillor Majeros regarding Brampton Service Center's expansion. Councillor Majeros.
Yes, thank you very much. Through the chair. Just very, very quickly, I know we addressed this at the budget. So right now, in terms of our service center expansion, and I know we're still early days coming out of COVID where, based on the numbers, we don't know what's gonna, we're hopeful. Just in terms of, because I know we had it as a pilot. Now, if you could just some comments about what is the plan if we find that the numbers continue over, I don't know what the gauge of period might be, but we see that it has been successful. If you could just talk a little bit about the expansion, what are next steps? Do you need direction? Do we have enough funding? Or is it premature? And is there an opportunity for us to move? How would you propose that we move forward in terms of ensuring that anyone across the city at any access point based on our recreation facilities can do the business that they need to do from a municipal perspective?
So through the chair, as Michelle makes her way to the podium to answer in detail, we do have the 3 pilot locations open right now. Obviously, COVID has impacted the interactions on site. It has been positive over the month of March. The 4th location is opening in June. And then we would come back at budget time for a request for the expansion of the other ones. So to answer your question, from a budget perspective, we're in good shape. We would come back to council for 2023 for expansion.
Okay, and I'm good. So we do have, where's the 4th location going to be through you, Madam Chair?
Save Max Sports Center. Save Max Sports Center.
Say what, sorry?
Save Max, Brampton Soccer Center.
Oh, Brampton Soccer Center, my apologies. My age is catching up to me. Brampton, that's excellent. So that's the 4th location, and then after, I guess, that next budgetary, there'll be an ask for further expansion. So that's great. And then after, I guess, we'll get a report maybe sometime, and again, I don't need anything soon, at next budget, whoever council will be, but it would be great to sort of see how that's sort of progressed. And then after, I guess my other question, with that success, I guess, in terms of reallocation of staff here at headquarters or here at City Hall, I guess that would go into the equation as well. Not relocation, but if we're seeing that our services are being expanded out, that might, we might be able to get some savings there. And I know those are budgetary discussions. I don't want to be futuristic on some of these, but I think that's probably in the back of your minds as well.
So through the chair, yeah, it is premature to say that if it is additional staff or reallocation of staff, but that would be factored into our report back at budget time.
Oh, that's great. Great to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Majeros, and there are no further questions regarding this discussion item. So moving along, 8.3.4, discussion item from Councillor Majeros regarding Vasco da Gama Portuguese Cultural Organization. Councillor Majeros.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Chair. And just a quick backdrop that I was approached by some members of the cultural organization, but in conversations with staff, they've confirmed that they have every opportunity to apply to grants currently, and I thank you to our cultural staff for providing that support, and that communication's been sent to the organization, so there's really nothing else to do. So I really appreciate staff in that communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Majeros. There are no further questions on the board for this item either, which brings us, I believe, we dealt with the Kabaddi issue, correct? And so next is councillor question period. Do any councillors have any questions regarding this section of the agenda? Councillor Singh.
Sorry, I just had to step out, but I don't want to show out of the way for the youth vote, so if I could just get my vote on the yes for that.
So you're voting yes in favor?
Yeah, thank you.
And committee's willing to accept that?
Yeah.
As we moved on? If there's...
Anyone opposed to that?
It doesn't change the outcome. So,
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Great. Councillor Singh is in favor of the Brampton Youth Transit Pass Pilot Program. Thank you, Councillor Singh, for that clarification. Next item is 8.6, public question period. any questions that came in through email. Mr. Clerk, thank you very much. And so now I will pass it over to Councillor Bowman to chair Legislative Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We will move on to Legislative Services section. We have a staff report, which I held, Delegation of Authority for Restricted Acts under Section 275 of the Municipal Act 2001. I just wanted to know, actually I wanted to refer this to our Governance Committee to let them have further discussion on it. I don't know when the next governance meeting is.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it is in June. I'm just going to confirm that right now. Sorry, it is May 30th. Is the next meeting.
Yeah, because we have to have this back before the close on August 17th.
Through you, yes. If council wishes to do something in terms of the restricted acts, they should do so before August 19th at 2 o'clock, which is when nominations close and the first gate is potentially passed in terms of whether it's...
Okay, so we've got time to send it to the Governance Committee and let the Governance Committee come back with any recommendations or add additions or changes to it. So I'd just like to refer it to the Governance. I see no other speakers. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much. We will move on to 9.2.2, Staff Report Establishing the 2022-2026 Compliance Audit Committee, and I believe Councillor Singh held that.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I just got a question. Just to confirm, there are certain committees that are legislated, so this would be one of them. I would assume audit is another one, and is there any others I'm missing?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, the Compliance Audit Committee is legislated through the Municipal Elections Act, so it must be established by October 1st in an election year. Audit Committee is not a legislative committee. It's a choice of a governance structure of a municipal council. Other committees that are quote-unquote legislated would be an Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Sorry, which one?
Accessibility Advisory Committee.
That's a legislative?
Under the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act.
Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe I'll save this for the governance committee discussion, but I was more concerned about attendance, especially from the citizens, when it comes to audit and sort of these more important committees. But given that this is probably not the best spot, because I saw the elections compliance report, I'll save that for governance. But I think we should start taking attendance, because I personally noticed on some of them, there's recurring issues, especially on attendance, and they're important committees as well. So I'll bring that up at governance, and I'll stand it down. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Singh. So would you like to move the report on the Compliance Audit Committee? Okay. We have a motion moved by Councillor Singh. Is there any opposed? Seeing none, is there anyone on the board, Mr. Clerk? No? Okay. That carries. Thank you very much. That moves us along to item 9.3.1, a proposed motion regarding an amendment to mobile licensing bylaw, taxi licensing. I don't know who moved this. Oh, sorry. Councillor Fortini?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I think myself and Councillor Dillon met with the taxi drivers, and that's the motion we wanted. They're asking to do the same thing as Mississauga and other big jurisdiction. So long as they pay for the fee for the plate that sits on the shelf, the plate belongs to them. There should be no expiry date. They're facing hard times, and if these plates go to other people, and they paid for these plates a lot of money in the past, so it's the right thing to do. So long as they pay their $54 a year, there's no expiry. So that's what they wanted, and that's the motion on the floor. And I'd like to record a vote on this, and second by Councillor Dillon.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fortini. Oh, I guess, okay, never mind. I saw Councillor Williams on the Okay. Thank you very much. Any other speakers on this? Councillor Willens?
Yeah, just maybe if staff could give us a quick briefing on it. I know where Councillor Fortini is going on this, and I agree, but does the staff have any comment? I'm sure that Councillor Fortini has got in touch with them.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Willens. You're just asking for staff comments?
Yeah, just some staff comments, please, yeah.
Okay, it's just you're coming in very, very weak, so, okay, thanks.
Through the chair, we know that this particular bylaw was created to regulate the licensing of taxi operators and whatnot. We would have to look a little deeper into this motion to see if the impact it's going to have on our ability to regulate and ensure that there's an appropriate level of service for residents as well. We also believe that it may may remove our any sort of incentive to use the license plate through this motion. But if we need to look into this motion a little further, and we can report back if council wishes for us to do so, we can certainly do that. But I would also invite James Bisson, Manager of Licensing, if he has additional comments to make in relation to this.
Okay, is he online? Okay.
Through the chair to the councillor, the JP's pretty much identified most of the issues with it. By having the plates renewed without any limitation, it takes any incentive for the owner to actually operate the plate. There is, and it actually puts it into a kind of a situation where we have absentee owners as well, because the other part of the motion is to remove the requirement for the owner to be a driver at any time, and that makes it that it can be transferred to a person who hasn't anything to do with the industry, and then be held that way as a conditional license moving forward. That's pretty much what the 4 sections do, and then the only other part was that the priority list members are receiving a bit of a break, and that they too have had a hard time through the pandemic of trying to keep on the road and drive, and this motion removes that requirement for them to hold a driver's license and to the taxi cab driver's license and to operate in the industry while they're sitting on the list. They would only have to pay their fee to renew their position on the list each year.
Okay, thank you, James. Councillor Fortini, I see you back on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't really hear that much what Mr. Bisson, but this is what we talked about in our meeting. So you're saying it's okay what we propose in here, because I quite didn't hear what you were saying, and you were part of that meeting with the taxi. And this is what Mississauga also has, that the plates sitting on the shelf, so long as they pay, there's no expiry date. It could sit there a year, it could sit there 5 years, the plates belong to them. Is that what I'm hearing? You're okay with it?
Through the chair to the councillor, at this time, I see nothing that will prevent us from in putting this into play in the city of Brampton. There are some cautions that should be considered, that if the market does start to rebound, individuals who own these plates could simply just keep them on the shelf and prevent the city from issuing licenses moving forward, but that would be, probably a couple of years in the future here.
Okay, so we're good then. That's fine. So it's the same as Mississauga's, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, so Councillor Fortini, you're okay?
Yeah, what the motion says, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Willens, are you back on?
No, that's
Yes, I am. Thank you. Through you, Chair. That was just my only concern. If staff is confident we can work it out later, is most of the motion I'm okay with. I'm just worried about these owners when the economy does come back and the industry does pick up. Just as James said, they're going to put these on the shelf, and it doesn't allow other people to have the opportunity to become a licensed taxi driver in the city of Brampton. So if staff's comfortable, we can work around that. I'm comfortable with this motion, but I don't know, maybe perhaps we could put I guess we can't really put a time frame on it. If it's comparable to what Mississauga is doing, the industry's pretty close, and James did come from Mississauga, so yeah, I guess I'm okay. That was just my only concern, that I don't want to see these places being shelved where it doesn't give an opportunity to another taxi driver, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear James say that it was the same as Mississauga. James, did you say that it's just the same that currently Mississauga is doing?
Through the chair to the councillor, at this time, the city of Mississauga is accepting the renewal of the licenses. That's the full renewal of the licenses. And there's no time limit on it. It is something that they will have to address in the future. It was a temporary measure done during the time of the COVID issues and the operators, owners not having the ability to put vehicles on the shelf, put vehicles on the plates at this time. But they are going to be looking at it, and so is the City of Toronto as well. They want to look deeper into this issue and see what they're going to do with it.
And James, we'll be working with kind of Mississauga and Toronto, looking into it as well.
Through the chair to the councillor, I do keep an open channel between those two municipalities at all times, yes.
Excellent. Thanks, James. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palashi. Councillor Willens is back on the board.
Yeah, I'm sorry, through you, Chair. Is there maybe the move of the motion, Councillor Pacini, maybe we can, instead of putting indefinitely on there, maybe we can put a time frame, say, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, because indefinite is a long time. If you'd be okay with that?
Councillor Fortini?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm okay with it. Maybe we could put, when Mississauga, Toronto look into theirs, we can look into ours too. That way it's fair for everything. We don't just look into ours and theirs not. So we can follow, as James said, he's working closely with them. So when they decide to do it, we decide to do the same thing. How's that?
Yeah, as long as it's, because I think you mentioned indefinitely, or if it's in this motion somewhere, as long as it's not indefinite, then yeah, I'm fine, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that, not indefinitely, I agree with you. So when I think when Mississauga and Toronto is gonna do it, then we should follow along and work all together with all 3 municipalities and make it fair for everyone. Good, I'm good with it.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Mr. Clerk, is the word indefinite in there that we need to remove?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
I think, is that the no time restrictions? Is that what they're talking about as indefinite?
I would, through you, Mr. Chair, I would defer to enforcement in terms of the actual language of, I wasn't clear on what was just being discussed in terms of whether or not there was going to be an amendment moved or whether this would proceed as recommended by the councillor. And council is free to amend its bylaw at some point in the future if they so choose, depending on other circumstances, whether timing of Mississauga or Toronto actions. So I'm not clear if there's an intent to amend this.
Through to you, Mr. Chair, if we're looking at 1B, renew the conditional taxi plate licenses as long as the conditional taxi plate fees are paid yearly and no time restrictions and expiry be imposed. If we can align that to the other communities, we'd be better off.
Okay.
That's the restrictive piece for us.
So it would be fees are paid yearly and aligned with Toronto's and Mississauga? Okay.
Yeah, just to bring it much more in line with the other communities.
Okay.
And not be restrictive to us.
Yep. Okay. Councillor Willens says that's fine, okay. So we have the amendment, we have the motion on, well, the motion was printed and it's also on the floor. Councillor Vicente, did you want to go on at all? No? Okay. So the motion is on the floor. recorded vote. I will hand it over to you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Clerk, sorry.
All in favor of the motion as amended, as shown on the screen? In favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Fortini. It's a yes. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Vasante.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Santos.
Yes.
It's a yes. Chair Bowman.
Yes.
It's a yes. That carries unanimously 10-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will move on to correspondence from Mayor Alan Thompson, the town of Caledon, dated April 1st, 2022. I believe Councillor Vicente held that correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I held this item on behalf of Councillor Santos, who was chairing at approval of the agenda.
Okay, Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. So Mayor Thompson brought this at the region, and with summer coming up, it's not just fireworks that we're going to receive complaints about. We receive complaints in Brampton very often, especially this summer, regarding noise pollution generated from very loud vehicles and their mufflers. And so I think what I'd like to do is just not just move the receipt of the correspondence, but is there a way, Mr. Clerk, for us to endorse the letter itself and just show our support that the City of Brampton also supports the efforts of Mayor Thompson? Okay. So a motion to endorse the advocacy and the motion from Mayor Thompson in the city of in the town of Caledon, and that the City of Brampton also requests the same of the provincial government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Mr. CEO, did you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a reminder, this bylaw we can enforce from a city perspective when it's stationary, and then typically when it's a mobile enforcement issue, we would defer to Peel Regional Police because we do not have the powers to stop vehicles on the highway. So,
thank you.
As long as it's clear.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Dillon.
Oh, yeah. Quick question for staff. In last year, in May, we passed a motion requesting the province to commence action against vehicles with modified muffler exhausts that lead to excessive noise and smoke, and which in turn causes disturbance in residential neighborhoods. And it was in support of a bill. I'm just wondering if there's any update on that, because I think we've already supported, I think it was a bill in provincial parliament. Do you have any recollection of that, and if what's happening with that bill?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do recall the discussion at council last year. I'm not aware of any amendments to the Highway Traffic Act or any other associated legislation, including the regulations. At this point, we will follow up and we will report back to you. But at this point, I'm not aware of any changes.
Okay, if it's possible, would you be able to kind of provide an update next week? I'm just trying to quickly search, trying to search the name of that bill, and apparently I think what the holdup was that the Lieutenant Governor was not giving assent to that bill. I think it was passed previously. So are you able to provide that if you guys would look it up for next council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we'll be able to look it up, and if the Lieutenant Governor has given their assent, which is the last part of the process, we'll report back either way.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Thank you, Councillor Dillon. I see no other speakers. We have the motion by Councillor Santos on the...
I'm on the board.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Pleshy. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Councillor Willens.
Oh, Councillor Willens. Sorry, no wonder I didn't see Councillor Pleshy on the board. Go ahead.
Thanks, no problem. Thank you through the chair. Fully support this this motion, and thank you, Councillor Dillon, because I was actually thinking the same thing. Because I remember when Councillor Dillon brought it up, I thanked him because I hear the excessive noise on McLaughlin Road from these cars. So happy to support this moving forward, that Councilor Santos wants to endorse this. So good, thanks. And that'd be good if you could bring that report back on where that went, because I know Councilor Dillon did move it last May, I think. I don't know. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. We have the motion on the floor. Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries. Thank you very much. We move on to 9.5, Councillor Question Period. Do any members of council have any questions about any items we've discussed today? Seeing none, we will move on to Public Question Period, 9.6. Mr. Clerk, is there any public questions? No, there is not. So with that, I will turn the chair over to Councillor Medeiros for Economic Development section.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowman, and we will go right into a staff presentation regarding economic development results update, and presenting today is Claire Barnett, our Director of Economic Development. Welcome, Claire.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction, and we're really pleased to be here to present the results of our economic development team and our activities over the last few years. Denise McClure, our Senior Manager in Economic Development, and Paul Aldunate, the Expediter and Manager of Investment Services, are in chambers to present this to you today. Thank you. Over to you, Denise.
Thank you, Claire, and good morning, everyone. It is wonderful to see you in person, I must say. It has been a long time, so it's welcome to see you in person. Our first slide, next slide, please. During the past 2 years, our team has worked on the economic recovery strategy. The city's economic recovery strategy aims to bring resilience and competitive advantage to the Brampton economy. The strategy will continue to evolve over time as actions are implemented and evaluated. 4 cornerstones guide our recovery strategy and are held together by talent and diversity. To advance all aspects of the economic recovery strategy, we will continue to build our talent pipeline and approach every initiative through a diversity lens. The strategy was a result of the work completed with the Economic Support Task Force and with businesses of all sizes across the city that economic development supported throughout the pandemic. Some supports we provided through the pandemic included hosting 6 teletown halls for businesses of all sizes in different sectors, attracting more than 1,000 participants. Our team had over 11,000 touch points with local small businesses during 2020 and 2021. We successfully advocated to the provincial and federal government for programs to provide financial relief for businesses. This included commercial evictions and small business funding. Economic Development worked with the Emergency Management Office to distribute over 78,000 rapid test kits to 850 businesses as part of the province's Safe Reopening Program. Brampton was also one of the first in the country to host virtual FDI missions as a response to travel restrictions during the pandemic, with the first event to Japan. We will cover the virtual missions later in the presentation. Our team also secured $945,000 in investment through the federal government's My Main Street program. With this funding, we were able to hire 6 My Main Street ambassadors who are active across the city, providing business advisory services, access to market research, and data and funding. Next slide, please. In 2019, the Brampton Entrepreneur Center opened on George Street, and staff have been dedicated to supporting the Brampton's robust entrepreneurs. Through their work, they have supported the creation of almost 2,000 new jobs. They have responded to over 44,000 inquiries, conducted over 5,000 business consultations, delivered almost 3,000 seminars and events to over 44,000 participants. The team has issued summer company grant funding to 102 youth, totaling over $300,000, and issued starter company grant funding to 175 businesses, totaling $731,000. Recently, in 2021 alone, the Brampton Entrepreneur Center managed over 12,000 inquiries and consulted and advised close to 1,000 entrepreneurs. These are a lot of numbers, but what they show you is there is a high demand for the advisory services and events and seminars that BEC provides to Brampton's growing entrepreneurial community. This week, our team is excited to be back in person with the co-working space reopened. We are really looking forward to seeing more collaboration with our staff and businesses in person. Next slide, please. In 2019, Council approved the city's foreign direct investment strategy. This strategy included a brand new marketing campaign titled Brampton Means Business Now as the tagline. The marketing strategy included a new investment-focused website and social media campaigns directed to international investors. Highlights and results of the FDI strategy include mayor and council-led international missions in person pre-pandemic to India, Portugal, Boston, and Germany, and virtual missions during the pandemic to Germany, Japan, Texas, New Jersey, Nigeria, and UK and Ireland. The virtual missions resulted in reaching over 1,000 new contacts, 60 identified business opportunities, 80+ meetings were held, and we are really pleased to share that the City of Brampton was very well received during these missions. Resulting from the missions, Brampton welcomed 5 new businesses, and we identified 5 new business expansion projects. Throughout the pandemic, we focused on business retention and expansion, and that includes our missions. It has been critical that we meet with the international headquarters of the businesses in Brampton to ensure that they are familiar with the value proposition. Coming out of COVID, businesses will be reevaluating their global presence and supply chains. From our mission to India, the city launched Beehive in partnership with the Toronto Business Development Centre. Beehive is modeled on the successful T-Hub model in India, and it supports foreign-born entrepreneurs through Canada's Startup Visa program, providing international startups with a soft landing space and programs to accelerate their businesses. There are 38 new businesses that have been accepted into the Beehive since it is launched. We will soon welcome in person businesses from India, Nigeria, Malaysia, Iran, and Hong Kong. We have started important work with African and Caribbean markets with a successful first mission to Nigeria. The investment attraction wins include Mobi Systems, Victory Genomics, SCAS, Victaulic, and Alstom, as well as business expansion projects with Terra Pharmaceuticals, Albea, Daniels Health, Stericycle, and Export Packers. During the missions, we held 19 meetings with international executives of Brampton-based companies. I will just name a few of the companies we met with, but you will recognize the names of Dynacare, Medtronic, Zocam, SPS Commerce, who during our meeting, it was very interesting, we learned that they have an office in Kiev, so we have been working closely with them to see if we can help them with the situation of their office there, and look for opportunities potentially if those people need to come to Canada, that they can have a soft landing in Brampton. So very important work on the FDI mission with Brampton's existing base businesses. Next slide, please, and I will turn it over to Paul.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. So I'm going to go over some of the numbers over these past few years from an economic impact perspective. Working with planning and building investment services is supporting record level building applications, facilitating significant developments in industrial and commercial, expediting processes across all wards to realize the Brampton 2040 vision. For example, during this term of council, the city has experienced over $1 billion in construction for commercial and industrial. I would say we're approaching 1.3 billion. And 2021 was the strongest year for industrial development at $350 million. 2022, according to the numbers we're seeing, are shaping up to be even greater for industrial given what is currently going through the approval process. There is approximately 5 million square feet of industrial, commercial, and industrial GFA currently going through the site plan approval process as we speak. In terms of businesses, between the end of 2018 and the end of 2021, the number of businesses grew by over 16% in the city of Brampton. The city has approximately 82,000 businesses as of 2021. The vast majority of these businesses, as I've said before, the vast majority of these businesses are small businesses with less than 10 employees, which to me corroborates a lot of the, when we put our resources into entities like Beck, the Innovation District partnerships we're creating, and entrepreneurship. In terms of office vacancy rates, they fluctuated during this term between 1% and 5%, which overall is relatively low compared to previous terms of council. During the pandemic, you'll note that neighboring municipalities, which have a much larger inventory of office than Brampton, had vacancy rates as high as 20-25%. In terms of what's going through the process right now, within Brampton, there are between 750,000 and 1 million square feet of office development going on, which range from standalone and mixed-use variety. The city is looking to spur on more office development in strategic areas with the completion of our office CIP, Community Improvement Plan. In terms of industrial vacancy rates, the story is not new here. I mean, our vacancy rates are low, and they continue to be low, and they've been low over the past few years, and that's a story that's spread across the GTA. We're looking at 0.6% to 0.2% vacancy rates. E-commerce, location, labor force, proximity to markets continue to fuel demand in Brampton. In addition to traditional greenfield development, which we're used to seeing in terms of industrial, we're starting to see a new trend in Brampton, and it's seeing more industrial developers searching inwards towards Brampton's mature employment areas for opportunities to consolidate or demolish existing buildings to make way for new industrial development. In terms of the unemployment rate, it's fluctuated between 5 and 7% over the past, 6 and 7% between 2019 and 2021. Now a big part of that, we were going through the pandemic. July of 2020, we were as high as 15%, 60% unemployment rate across the region of Peel. Next slide, please. Now let's look at some of the highlights with respect to business retention and expansion. As I mentioned earlier, BR&E have become even more important as we enter economic recovery. We know that 80% of investment in a community comes from a business already established in the community. As a result of this focus, the EDO has assisted businesses to create and retain some 2,500 jobs. For example, MDA, we heard the great news just a few weeks ago about their new global HQ and Space Robotics Center of Excellence, which is costing over $100 million and will create 700 jobs. And that includes a retention of 300 to 400 that they already have and an increase of another 300 to 400 jobs. Maple Lodge Farms, they came to visit us at council and did a presentation earlier on in the term. They expanded their tray packing facility amongst other projects to create over 250 jobs. They have an eye for a further expansion that could result in another 250,000 square foot facility and 400 more jobs. Brampton Brick, a long-standing company in Brampton, embarked on a 10,000 square feet expansion, and this created over 35 plus jobs. Electra and their new facility at 170 Kennedy Road is a $50 million project that will create over 400 jobs. Canadian Tire up on Bouvard, or up on here Ontario Road. It's a $1.3 million square foot national distribution center for Mark's Work Warehouse and Sport Check, which will create over 650 jobs. Maple Leaf Investments is increasing their plant protein capacity at their Walker Drive facility, which will increase their jobs by 150. It's also important to note that 2,500 jobs we helped create and retain does not include Amazon's continued and increasing presence in the city, which grew during the COVID pandemic. Amazon's footprint now includes 6 facilities in Brampton, employing anywhere between 7,000 and 8,000 jobs, depending on the time of the season. It's almost safe to say Amazon is our biggest employer now. Next slide.
As Paul mentioned, during the pandemic, Peel Region's unemployment rate actually at some points in July of 2020 was as high as 16.5%. And the region is now sitting at 7.1%. So this means in some of our industries, businesses are having a really hard time hiring labor. So we have 2 projects that we're working on with partners across the region of Peel to help solve some of these projects. And we have previously reported to council the work that we've done with food and beverage processing sector and the logistics sector. Next slide, please. The Innovation District launched in 2020 and is designed to support and scale entrepreneurs in diverse sectors. Results from our partners and economic development staff include hosting over 3,000 sessions attended by 12,000 participants for workshops and events geared towards fostering innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. Our partners have hired over 50 employees in the district to date. The Rogers Cybersecure Catalysts have graduated 231 people at the end of 2021. Algoma University has increased its footprint in downtown Brampton to over 1,300 students. And over the past year, the Ryerson Venture Zone has worked with 81 startups, 32 of these reside in Brampton. Next slide, please.
Just a little bit about our downtown and some of the projects that our Economic Development Office has been working on. Recently, Council directed staff to create the new Downtown Project Center, and I am pleased to say it is now opened on the main floor of City Hall, staffed by colleagues who are working on our integrated downtown plan, on our public work infrastructure projects, and with our EDO staff supporting businesses and their needs in the downtown. Highlights of our collective results include launching the Welcoming Streets pilot program to support downtown businesses with targeted street outreach services for individuals in need. Initiating a new downtown advisory group, which you saw the report come to council last week. And furthering private sector investments in our downtown. And we are seeing a lot more interest from the private sector in our downtown, looking at purchasing different properties. Some of them have already come forward with development applications. Some of them are waiting. The one we're showing up here on the screen is one by Greenwood and Sweeney, which came to a public meeting earlier this year. And I wanted to highlight that a big part of their project is going to include a hotel. And this will be our first hotel in the downtown from, at least in my era being here with the City of Brampton. It's something we've been trying to get for many years. And when I see something like that, I think of the success of the Innovation District and all the different elements that we're putting into the downtown. This is just a natural evolution of that, right? So now, instead of actually going after a hotel, the hotel came to us and saw what we were trying to do and realized that there's a good business plan for bringing a hotel here. So I'm really happy about that one. I know there's other developers who are also seeing the benefits and the assets that our downtown has. So I know it takes time for these things to come to light, but it's good to see that these transactions are happening, these applications are before us, and some of them really want to get going on their files. Next slide.
To advance all aspects of our work, we continue to approach every initiative through a diversity lens. We are championing diversity through workshops, supply chain diversity, funding programs, hackathons, research and business support with BEC, and Innovation District partners for the BIPOC community, women, and youth. A few of the highlights and activities that staff have worked on over the past couple years include, we have created a resource page for BIPOC entrepreneurs on the BEC website. Grants. Our team is proud to report that approximately 80% of small business clients that have received starter company grants administered through the Brampton Entrepreneur Center were from the BIPOC community. And the Brampton Entrepreneur Center team has ensured that BIPOC entrepreneurs are featured in their monthly client spotlight stories. The Economic Development Office has welcomed new staff to focus on attracting foreign direct investment from Africa and Caribbean markets and to support Black entrepreneurs and small businesses. Next slide, please. We are proud of the progress we've made with economic recovery and the results we are sharing today. The Economic Development Office has a list of its awards received and now published on the city's new webpage showcasing awards. I would like to thank the staff in economic development for their tremendous commitment in advancing Brampton's economy and supporting Brampton's businesses. Thank you to Councillor Vicente and Councillor Paleshi as co-leads for the Mayor's Economic Support Task Force. You guided our recovery and our advocacy and support efforts of businesses during a really difficult time. And thank you to Councillor Medeiros as the Chair of Economic Development and Councillor Vicente as the Vice Chair. Your guidance and support has been instrumental in delivering the results you heard in this presentation today. Thank you so much. And I think we have Claire on the line to help us with questions.
Okay. No, that's great. And again, thank you to staff and this really, some really great numbers there that really pop out. And I will go to our board first. Councillor Bowman. Oh, okay. Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I know you favor your councillor over me, but that's fine. And I'd just like to give a great shout out to Jen and her team at the Beck. Incredible. I remember last term when we got that Beck opened, just the delight in their faces with that, having their own entrepreneur center right across the street from City Hall. It was an exciting moment for them. And Jen and Daniel and Ashley and Lisa and Jessica, if you're listening, great job, good work. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Denise and Paul, for the presentation. I guess now that, well, we'll see how COVID goes, but I'm hoping that we see moving forward as we come out of the pandemic, we get back to the corporate calls, because it's great that we see a lot of these companies like Brampton Brick and Canadian Tire that have stayed in our community, and Maple Lodge expanding, because we do have a lot of other companies that have retained their employment through this whole thing and have actually expanded. You know, we've got Brandon Steel, long-time business in Brampton. We've got Almag Aluminum, A Burger Machines, great tools, Insotex. And on the corporate calls, we found out a lot of issues that they were having that we could help with them. And I know it was difficult during the pandemic, but very important that we keep in contact with these companies. They're a significant amount of our employment, and they've been in Brampton supporting our local hospital, supporting our local charities for a long, long time. So I'm hoping that when the pandemic is pretty much over, we can get back to that. But otherwise, good job, and thanks again, Jen, for your great work at the Entrepreneur Center.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Great presentation. It's you know, economic development is such a driving force for the city of Brampton, and as we grow, we do need to see us reach out across the globe to encourage people to see Brampton as the place to set roots and to expand and to grow. So I was looking at the presentation, and you have the companies that landed. There's 5 of them. Can you just briefly share what the companies are and where they have landed from? I think you got to go back one more. There we go.
Denise, did you want to take that, or did you want me to answer?
I'm just looking up the company names.
Yeah, Denise mentioned them. Most of the businesses except one, I believe, landed in the Innovation District. The largest outside the Innovation District was Alstom, which set up an assembly plant or facility, excuse me. And the other 4, I believe, one was in Beehive. SCAS is actually the first business to land physically in Beehive. And if you aren't already following the lead for that business, he's quite active on social media and has been promoting Support Local Brampton, which has been really, really fun and interesting. The other 3, Denise, I'm not sure. One was Mobi Systems, which was, I believe, out of South Africa. And
Yes.
there were 2 others.
And Victory Genomics actually is connected in with horse breeding, if you can imagine, and it came in through the RIC Center, our accelerator. What we can do, Councillor Williams, we can send out, I think it would be great to send out an email showcasing a synopsis of these 5 businesses to give all of council like a high-level overview of their business.
Thank you. That'd be great, because it'd be just really great for us to be able to promote and highlight that they've come to Brampton, and that could be another way to encourage more businesses to see themselves land here in our city as well. My other question is around the types of businesses and expansions and such. I think it kind of ties into the earlier conversation during government relations with, you know, making sure that the businesses that we're encouraging are looking at some different types of sectors, and we're not only focusing on large warehousing and you know, spaces that take up a lot of square footage, but have, because of the nature of the warehouse or the business, it's only able to hire a smaller amount of employees in the city. So I'm just wondering if you can kind of highlight on what areas that we should be focusing on to see that we have a multitude of different types of businesses coming in the city in office spaces and such, so that we have more of our like corridors in areas that have the, the capability to encourage office space and that kind of inner city type of vibe to our city.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Williams. I think you've touched upon some of what Councillor Willens was saying as well. From a business retention and expansion perspective, we are focused on the businesses that are in the city that are growing to ensure that when they outgrow the space they're in or it becomes too outdated, that they don't leave the city, that they expand and that we help them grow. And that would include companies in food processing, advanced manufacturing, medical technologies. Those would be really the key sectors. From a foreign direct investment attraction, it's important we have a pipeline of new investment and new investors coming into the city. Where we're seeing the success is startups, companies who want to scale up, start their North American presence from Canada, and then grow and expand and network and export into the US. So the companies that we're seeing in that area would be technology-driven businesses, not necessarily just tech businesses, but they use technology to start their business and grow their business. And that would be the businesses that you're seeing that have come most recently during the pandemic because they are so mobile. They aren't dependent on equipment or large capital investment. And that's really a sweet spot for Brampton with the Innovation District. The commitment that Council has put behind the Innovation District is really showing the growth in BEC, the services for the local entrepreneurs, but also how we're attracting new investment. And the new investment is coming in IT, tech-enabled businesses into the Innovation District.
That's excellent. I'm just wondering if we're seeing a need for more office space inventory, and if we do have the inventory to really sufficiently support the businesses that are interested in coming here looking for that type of space, and how. So that is one part of the question. The other part is how are we working with planning and development to ensure that we're seeing our inventory increase and making sure that we have along some of our highly transit accessible corridors the development of some of these spaces for more office space and businesses that are seeking that aspect. What are the steps that we're taking to ensure that we're able to reach that need? Because I'm concerned that if they come here, they might not see the inventory in office space, that they might start looking elsewhere. So how are we able to mitigate that concern?
I'll let Paul Elginati answer the second part of your question. The first part is we do lose investment opportunities because we don't have an office space. We also know that our competing cities in the GTA, they have vacant office. So there will be projects that we don't even hear about because the corporate agents aren't finding the space in Brampton. There are many opportunities that we have lost for regional headquarters or for office space because we don't have it. But that is certainly something we've identified as a policy issue for economic development. Having conversations with our colleagues in planning, critical, and we do probably daily. I think they hear from us about it. But maybe I can ask Paul to add some of the things that he's been doing directly on this with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. So one of the key projects that we're working on, hand in hand with planning actually, because it's such an important topic for the both of us, is to increase that office inventory. And we're working on the community improvement plan, a citywide community improvement plan to increase that office inventory so that we do have office in stock for when we do get those leads and those companies do come here. It's ready and waiting for them. And I know we got approval in principle earlier in the year based on the study by NVLC, which gave us some tools within a CIP to work on. And one of the first tools that we are implementing is the tax increment equivalent grant. So to try and relieve that incremental increase in taxes that a new office development would get. And that's a 10-year program. And other municipalities have that in effect. City of Toronto, Mississauga is just getting one implemented now for their downtown. We know that Vaughan has one as well. So our competing municipalities have that tool in hand, and we are definitely working on that. And it does take a while to get the office developments going. I was pointing to the vacancies of the office rate vacancies, which is pretty interesting to see that it's actually that low. It was around 1% for a couple of years, these past couple of years, and then jumped up recently to 5%. But I think that large part of that is because we never had that inventory, right? Whereas you look at the city of Mississauga that had a huge inventory, and you see how the pandemic affects them, and they end up with a 25% vacancy rate. I'm not sure where that is today, but I know during the pandemic they were faced with that. But I think through the CIP, I think that's a great tool to go after office. And in addition to creating these neighborhoods, these communities that provide the type of lifestyle that our employers are looking for. We have a couple of examples. We have Uptown and the downtown, which are working in a more urban environment to take advantage of the LRT and two-way all-day go. We're using that to attract office, and what do we see? Rogers Communications wanting to move to our downtown. We're working on that project, which shows the success of what an urban community option can offer for our forward-thinking employers. And then we also have other employers that are still like some of the less urban markets. MDA, for example. MDA is a great win for the city. They're building well over 100,000 square feet of office in the Robotics Center of Excellence, but they were looking for a different option. Visibility to the highways, proximity to market, the automobile and transit. Automobile and transit were key factors in attracting MDA to that location. So I think the evolution of Brampton, we're in a good position to be able to offer both right now. Some less urban options and then some more urban options that we're working on. And together with that, with our CIP, I think we have a couple of some good tools to move forward with to try and attract and land those big office investments.
Well, that's good to hear. And I wonder if what kind of incentives that we're looking at encouraging some of the developers to come look at building this office space. And based on some of the work that you're doing, what is the interest like? Do we have many people seeking out what our incentives are, or even just the proposals coming for and questions? What do you think? What can you tell me about the interest level in building these spaces?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. For example, MDA showed a lot of interest in our CIP. They're still looking to, even though it's just under construction, they're looking to take advantage of our tax incremental equivalent grant. And when we were trying to work with them to land them to make sure they stayed in Brampton, the CIP was a big part of our discussion. When I look at Callow and the mixed-use developments that they're looking to build up on here in Ontario, and Ray Lawson, they've mentioned that the CIP and the office incentives that we were looking at will play a big part in terms of how much office development they're going to incorporate into that mixed-use development. We've had a few. Rogers, another example. They want to come here to the downtown. They're looking at incentives to make this as much to make sure it's a viable project for them to come to the downtown. They're excited to come to the downtown. They want to make it happen, but they're very interested in the CIP as well. Those are three big wins. One is standalone, a couple of them standalone office buildings, another one a mixed-use development, and we're looking to promote both. So I think those are three good examples of those who are interested. And I know when the CIP, we went to the public meeting, there's a few letters submitted by some interested developers like Caniff, Northwest Health REIT was very much interested in the program because they're looking to find some land here in Brampton to accommodate what they want to do. And they look at these types of incentives to help them make their decision because land's so expensive, $2-3 million per acre now. It's difficult to pick up land, and they need some of that. They need help. So yeah, there's been interest for sure.
Thank you so much, Paul, for that overview. And I just always look at ways that we can continue to encourage those who are keen on building here, even just to build for us to be able to have companies, rent out the space and make some of these office mixed-use type of environments possible. And so if there's things that we can be doing at maybe another, workshop, I don't know, not a workshop for us, but just, how you have the open houses and such to encourage real estate, our real estate department to say what is available, where we can be encouraging people to look through our, at some of these corridors. It would be really good for us to focus on because I don't want us to continue to lose the interested businesses because we just don't have the inventory. So overall, great work, and I think this is moving us in a really unique and great direction to see Brampton being that live, work, and play environment for all of our residents who are choosing to settle here. So great work. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, and I think some of your points especially really is relevant to our official plan review at the region, also here at the city, why it's so important when we do the official plan and we finalize it. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Good work, guys. Good work. I especially love to hear the numbers from Beck because, you know, that was something that, you know, last term of council, Beck was sort of on the back burner. It's really become a forefront, on the front burner this year. Now, Paul or Denise, you guys, these are numbers from 3 years, correct? They're not just numbers based on the last year, 2 years?
Through the chair, it's a mix of both. Yes, we have, for the Beck numbers that we reported for the past 4 years, but I also reported some numbers from 2021 as well.
Okay, so the 44,000 calls, that's incredible.
Yes, that was over the past 4 years.
Yeah, excellent work. Now, was Beck doing summer company remotely during COVID? Or was that program put on hold?
Through the chair, I think they were still running it remotely.
Wow, okay, yeah. Great work, good for them.
I will double check with Jen Vivian though and get back to you.
Yeah, and what other work, because I know COVID, we were shut down here. I know the councillors' work probably doubled during COVID because of all the people calling who were at home. But how did economic development work during COVID with other businesses, both remotely and here in the city? What was going on during COVID? Because, you know, this is really the first update we've had, you know, in 3 years, basically, to really push home what economic development was doing. So what activities can you tell us were going on there?
Through the chair, Claire, did you want to jump in or do you want me to? I was going to talk about some of our business retention work.
I can talk high level, Denise, about everything that the department has done, and then we'll ask if you could please speak for your team. My apologies, Councillor, for not being there in person. I'm losing my voice, so I thought best that I stay at home. We didn't stop working. At the beginning of COVID, we really pivoted to focus on small business and to focus on some of the issues that we might be able to help with large businesses, but really our entire team pivoted to focus on the small businesses that were the most impacted throughout COVID. That included some of the teletown halls that Denise spoke about, but we had virtual meetings and we had phone calls, virtual advisory meetings, but also learned how we could advocate for the small businesses, what issues were coming up. I personally had many meetings with the province to advocate for small businesses. Beck itself really turned towards helping Main Street, the retail businesses. There were programs the government came out with to help businesses become more e-commerce enabled and more digital. A lot of our businesses weren't doing that before. So I would say we continued everything that we do pre-COVID or in normal times. We just did it virtually or on the phone. There wasn't many opportunities for us to do any plant tours because many places were either closed to visitors or they were essential services and they weren't allowed to have any visitors. But Denise's team in the business expansion team, they really kept in touch with the companies. And I would say a lot of that work turned to advocacy, some of the things that Denise spoke about in her presentation. Funding for small businesses, really important. There were a lot of challenges with getting equipment. Equipment would get stuck at various borders, trains. We worked with the Board of Trade on certain strikes at the Montreal port, believe it or not, during COVID. There were all those kinds of issues that we worked on to support the businesses to help them operate. Denise, do you want to add anything to that?
Thanks, Claire. I just wanted to add one of the items that I think really stands out for me over the past couple of years is the important work on business retention and expansion through the FDI missions. Really impactful that our business retention team worked with Brampton local businesses and requested meetings with senior leadership teams from around the world. So having Mayor Brown and the chair and vice chair of economic development meet with senior level executives from Terra Pharmaceuticals, from Stericycle, from Multivac, to ensure that Brampton was put on the map. And these were really short, effective meetings, half an hour, for us to understand if the business was facing any challenges, red tape issues. So sometimes, as Claire mentioned, it would be advocating to the federal level government on behalf of that business. But these meetings stand out in my mind as something that was really impactful work that our team did. And I'm happy to answer Councillor Willen's point about business retention and expansion business visits. We are back out in the community. We are working a little lower key because our businesses sometimes do not want an entourage of people coming to their business. So Martin Bowl and our team today, he's at WG Packaging. Last week, Paul and I were at Brandon Steel listening to some of their issues around a business expansion project, and we're really happy to support them on that work. So our team is definitely back out meeting with companies. Just sometimes it's only one or two of us to keep the numbers low to respect their COVID requirements.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Thanks, Denise. Sorry, Paul.
Sorry, I just want to take advantage of this. So, I mean, there's some of the things that we worked on when the pandemic started. We were on the phone quite a bit with the local businesses trying to solicit food donations for our food banks. There was a real push working, and I was happy to say that a lot of businesses came forward to, I can't even name them all. There were so many that came forward to help with those donations to help our food banks. There's interweaving the economic development perspective amongst our different departments and divisions who were very receptive during the pandemic, working with clerks on their licenses and the licensing fees to help deal with that because it just didn't sit well. And it wasn't a good time for many of the businesses, and they were very, very helpful there. It was working with the patio permit program, right? We got that off the ground this year, so a lot of restaurants, by hook or by crook, were able to do we were able to adapt and allow them to, and this council allowed them to be able to provide those patios at the front of their restaurant so they can somehow get some business so they can get through the pandemic. So just a few other.
Perfect. And while you're still there, Paul, I didn't hear it, but is the IKO expansion, was that included in what you had listed here? Maybe I missed it. I don't know.
It was not included, Councillor, because it was right near the beginning of the term or the end of the previous term when that whole project got on board and was under construction. But I'm happy to say they're a very quiet company. I don't know if you understand, they're very quiet. But they spent over $140 million on that expansion project, and I believe there's I'm happy to say a grand opening that they plan on having near the end of the month. I think it's May, actually. They're going to be having a grand opening. So I can't wait. Hopefully I can get out there and be part of it and see what they did. But I know they're a long-standing company in Brampton within our mature industrial area. They make the shingles and the roofing material. I mean, they're always evolving. But that's also a great build for us. So hopefully we can brag about that following the grand opening. But thanks for mentioning that.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. Denise, I didn't hear RIC either. Are they included in these numbers, or how does RIC and the venture capital group fit in to economic development's numbers?
Through the chair, on the Innovation District slide, they have actually rebranded, and I keep forgetting to, but they're called the Altitude Accelerator.
Yes, Altitude, yeah.
So their numbers are included as part of that. And they have, as you know, they're fantastic. And they have worked with our team. Victory Genomics did incubate with the RIC Center. They were referred to us. Pam and the team were fantastic to work with. So they have been a really great partner as far as helping us land clients as well.
Yeah, Pam's great.
Fantastic
really great,
network,
yeah.
yes.
In terms of Toronto Global, I know that has come up a number of times with this council. We support Toronto Global. What can we attribute to Toronto Global from what you've got on your slides here?
Through the chair, I will ask my friend Claire to answer that.
Thank you, Denise. What can we attribute? So Toronto Global, from a marketing perspective, would include Brampton in their marketing materials, in their videos, in their global pitches to businesses. So from whatever that translates to, we do get benefit from Toronto Global from being part of their marketing. In terms of the foreign direct investment wins, nothing can be attributed to Toronto Global from closed businesses or closed leads. We will be coming to council in in a month or so, I believe, with a report with the options about Toronto Global and whether or not council would like to provide direction to proceed or not with them again.
Oh, okay. I guess I was a little early on that one, but that's okay. And I don't know, Claire, if you can help with this one or if Paul might need to take one. In terms of the number of businesses now that we recognize, 87,000, I think it was. When did we start, because I know in last term, when did we change so that we started recognizing all the businesses instead of just the bricks and mortar businesses that NACIS, for instance, might recognize? Like before, we might have come here and said we have 11,400 businesses, when really, including small businesses and retail businesses, it was way, way higher than that.
Through the chair, it was during the last 4 years because we wanted to match what some of our neighboring municipalities were reporting. I remember this discussion during the last term of council. So Mississauga was using the numbers based on business licenses. So Brampton started matching our reporting. So the number that the large number is the number of business licenses in Brampton.
Okay, and do those include just numbered companies that open up what we really don't have a code for, that we can place them and say they're manufacturing or they're retail or whatever?
Through the chair, that is correct. A more accurate reporting is the bricks and mortar ones that we count through our business directory.
Okay. And I think one last question. I don't know who's going to be able to answer this, but, two more. Paul Ahlstrom, when they first came here, if I remember correctly, maybe I'm wrong, was it like a term of time or a number of units they were here to produce? Do you remember that?
I'd have to, through you, Madam Chair, I'll have to go back and look at the records on that. I think it was based on a contract, right?
Yeah.
That they had to build a number of, and I believe they've had another contract on top of that added on it. I know they're doing really well, but I can get back to you on those numbers.
Okay. I just want to make sure they're here for the long, long term.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Martin. Councillor, I mean. Finally, I don't see any jobs or numbers here in terms of how we did generating jobs for the arts and culture community. Where would those numbers be seen, or where would they come from?
Through the chair, we will have to get back to our data numbers and pull that. So we would have to pull our business counts and then the NAICS codes to see the growth in that area.
Okay, because they're an important group, especially for our downtown group. So I want to make sure that we're not forgetting about them anywhere, because if we're not putting enough money in, maybe we need to put more money into that particular group.
Through the chair, that is a good point as far as reporting on the creative economy numbers.
Okay.
We can pull those numbers.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman, and former Economic Development Chair. Your passion continues. That's excellent. Our next speaker, Councillor Singh.
I took myself off.
Oh, okay.
It's been a while since.
No problem.
I just want to thank staff. I've had the opportunity to work closely with staff, Paul, Denise, Claire, connecting local businesses to the functions that our economic development offices provide. And every time I do make connections, they're very happy with the service they get. And I think we've helped a lot of small businesses during COVID as well. I can personally attest to that, especially when it comes to getting permits in a speedy way and getting buildings ready to go. So just wanted to thank you and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To Denise, Paul, Claire, you are all very deserving of every accolade that you receive. Just this morning on the Brampton Board of Trade session that both myself and Councillor Medeiros sat on, they spoke very highly of the city's response, particularly during the pandemic, and the work that you did to help folks navigate through all of the supports and systems that were put in place and offered, whether by the federal or provincial government, to help them to access this. like Councillor Singh mentioned, when we speak to businesses in the community, they have nothing but amazing things to say about the team and all of the work that you do. I was at Brampton Brick not too long ago, and they had nothing but they were amazed at how quickly economic development responded to assist them with their expansion. And as you were introduced today by Claire, I was thinking about Paul, you know, your name as the expediter. It's almost epic having that title attached to your name, but it's really not hyperbole that every member of the economic development team really puts in a superhuman effort into everything that economic development has done for the city. So I just want to say kudos to you, to all of you, and thank you for your work in helping Brampton continue to excel and attract more investment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Chair, I shared the same sentiment from Councillor Vicente and my colleagues, particularly to Claire and your entire team for the teamwork and the amazing job that you're doing in economic development in Brampton despite the pandemic. And that being said, Councillor Bowman brought up a really good point with respect to the arts. During the pandemic, the arts took a big hit with all of the closures of restaurants, no more gigs, et cetera, et cetera. But we did turn to the arts for some sort of, watching Netflix, watching movies, listening to music. It was the arts that we turned to when we were feeling down about the pandemic. And so it was great that the city of Brampton managed to put forward the Advanced Brampton grant money specifically for arts organizations as well as individual artists. And when you come back to just share that information, I think the numbers for arts will be looking pretty down in terms of job creation during the pandemic, but perhaps we could see how we can help promote the arts and jobs in the arts and providing more opportunities for artists in Brampton as well when you come back to bring that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, and I will just wrap it up by big thank you and just recognizing too, when you talk about attracting investment, certainly our ACDEF staff have been fantastic, especially during this time of COVID, but just also understanding that this is really a team effort because something that we talk about all the time. You got planning staff who are really helping us trying to, with zoning and trying to help support those investments. We have our Parks and Rec folks in terms of those amenities, which are, because a lot of the employers are looking for that quality of life, and certainly what Public Works brings to the table, having that infrastructure. And what sort of got me to think about that is this morning with Councillor Vicente, we had Scott Goodison, who was a renowned entrepreneur, local business person or downtown, and he mentioned about employers trying to attract employees with needing affordable housing and having that sort of affordable housing as part of that mix. And that really just, dawned on me how important some of these other elements go into attracting business and attracting investment. So truly a Team Brampton effort, and just going to the foreign investment, really recognizing, Mayor Brown was really very much a proponent and very aggressive in seeking those opportunities. I know he followed that Hazel McCallion approach of promoting, our municipality wherever we can go, and you see that there's been dividends, and hopefully as that matures, we'll see where that goes. So that's been very positive. But thank you very much for everything, and it's been great. So can I get maybe Councillor Vicente to move the staff presentation? And anyone opposed? I see none, and thank you very much. Our next item then is new business, and I believe Councillor Bowman regarding downtown events, movie nights in Garden Square, etc.
Thank you very much. This goes hand in hand with the last report we just had, especially with some of the arts communities that we're looking to allow to flourish. I asked for just a discussion regarding the downtown events, where we're going. I did receive some notes back on what's planned in terms of movie nights and things like that, but I still have questions about that. I mean, we're coming out, they say we're going into the sixth wave, but we're coming out of what was a very difficult time, especially for our businesses downtown, especially for members of our local neighborhoods. And I just think that now is the time that we should be having our downtown, despite the construction coming up, programmed to the hilt. Every night, maximizing the number of people that we can get down here to support our businesses. And I'm not a fan of Thursday nights, to tell you the truth, in terms of movies. We used to have movies on Friday nights. We had movies on Saturday nights, and they were packed. We had thousands of people down here, and I would still like to see, I read the report, and the report says that we're reserving the Saturday nights for larger, bigger, more important events, but yet I only read, I think, 4 events that were planned all summer on a Saturday night in Garden Square. So I think personally, we're missing the boat here. You know, are we going to have the Raptors game, the playoff game on the big screen this week? Probably, I think it's safe to say now that the Leafs are in the playoffs, you know, will we be seeing a Leaf playoff game on the big screen? What's the plans for that? Will we have the amateur hour, I don't know what the official name for it was, on Friday nights, where local rock musicians, local musicians can get up on that big, huge $100,000 stage we paid for and perform and get some exposure. I really want to see our downtown programmed starting as soon as possible every single night to get people down here. So where do we go from here?
Through you, Madam Chair. I absolutely agree with you, Councillor. We have to reinvigorate what we did. If you look on the YouTube sites, you can see in 2018 there's a really brilliant video showing a collage of activities down in the Rose Garden Square, and different ones, different times of days, different groups of people, different function categories. And we will focus back on getting to that. One of the hardships to doing that is encouraging people to come back out into open spaces and be with other people. So that will be something we'll have top of mind. We have to make sure that people feel safe. People are still hesitant, or they're cautious on how they approach the COVID 6th wave, and they're still cautious on how they're coming out of the 5th wave. You will see masks continually in different venues by people, probably somewhere between 20 and 40%, depending on what the venue is. So we take all this into consideration, but we will absolutely focus on trying to garner as many good events as we can downtown in the square.
Okay, and in regards to the Thursday night, and I know Anand looks like he's just itching to jump in here. In regards to the Thursday nights, the reason that I don't think Thursday nights is the night for movie night is because despite it might be summer vacation for the kids, the adults who take the kids to some of these movies still have to get up and go to work in the morning. So if it doesn't get dark till 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, and we're bringing kids down here, we're there till 11 o'clock, 11:30, the adults who are doing that. And that's why the weekend nights were absolutely perfect for that. So I'd really like to see us return to those Friday and Saturday nights where possible to get the movies back there. But Anand, I see you're itching, so.
No, through the chair. So I think the strategy was to shift it to Thursday so that there's consistency across the summer. Should we have the gap on the Saturday and a booking not come in, we'd run another movie night on that Saturday. So it would be, we'd fill the space, but still give priority to engagements, cultural events, and everything else that we can book the square for. And then if we have space, we'd fill it with a movie night. They're pretty easy for us to activate. So if we have, let's say, a month out and nothing has been booked at the square, we'd go ahead and plug a movie night in. We have connected with Celebration Square as well in Mississauga. They do Thursday night movie nights, and fairly successfully because it's consistent. Parents seem to not enjoy having cancellations last minute, and so we're hoping to activate the downtown on Thursday as well as the weekends as well.
Okay, and in terms of the future, basketball games, hockey games, where are we on that? Have we been negotiating, or are we?
Actually, I'd have to check with the events, so I don't know if there's anyone from events online. I know previous years we'd have to get that well in advance. I'm not sure if we have the rights to air that yet.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely, we have to look at the rights for videoing or projecting the game or whatever it may be, because we have to go to the parent companies that do the shooting of that, right? So those, I know our people are always in negotiations for that, and it really depends on how far the team goes. We can only plan so far out, so if we can only plan a series out, so we're sure the Leafs are going to play 3 out of 5 or 5 games. We can't plan much past that until we're solid on the dates and the commitments.
Yeah, and I hear there's some soccer tournament or something coming up in November too that we should probably be working on.
We only have so much space at the Garden Square. So.
Yeah. So, okay, and so, Anand, who actually plans all the events that go on in Garden Square? Is it your group or?
So through the chair, it's actually a mix. At Garden Square for the movie nights, it would be through Performing Arts. FESO handles some of the larger events that we get. Being fairly new to this, I'm still looking through its tourism as well, has a mix as well. So it's kind of a mix between culture and community services.
Okay, and how do we get that Friday night back for the kids, for the amateur musicians?
That'll be one for us to take away, Councillor. We'll ask the appropriate group, and like Anand said, it is a mix of who gets involved. It really depends on the activity, and then it goes to the not the silo, but certainly the team that looks after that. So okay. Let us get back to you on it. We'll return with some information for you.
Okay, so you guys will come back with like a jam-packed schedule for every night in the summer, something going on down here for the local businesses to grow with?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We've been hearing that, and I know Councillor Santos, myself on the BIA, there's been a lot of discussions around programming the downtown, so that's good news. And I guess my only question I think would be I'm not sure appropriate, with the construction I guess about to commence, and if I'm not mistaken in 2 weeks, the Peel region is going to start their construction. I guess that's going to have to all be coordinated, and then after, I think, signage of where people can go, not go, park, etc. So that's going to be a heavy lifting from a communication perspective and signage perspective in the downtown. How are we approaching that? Just there's thinking around that?
Well, we do have a team that's looking at that. I mean, and once again, this is another multi-team project. Public Works, it's Community Services, it's a few others, and we do go through StratCom for that corporate communications strategy. So yeah, we do have a lead on that, and it'll be coming out shortly, hopefully. But you're right, there is a lot to do there, and communications we will rely heavily on for this one.
Yeah, and safety issues too, with families coming down and so on. I think that might be some of the sort of challenges that we have. But yeah, all that information, great information. Thank you, Councillor Bowman, for the discussion. And I think we're good. So we'll proceed. Oh, Councillor Willens is on the board. Councillor Willens, sorry. And then Councillor Plush. Okay, Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. You seem to be forgetting me these days. Thank you, Paul, for putting that video or talking about that video. I know we had it. It's a great video. So maybe we can get it distributed, over the next couple of weeks, whatever, before the report comes back. And as far as the Saturday night movies, I really want to see the Saturday night movies back down there, because it used to draw a lot of people downtown. I know the Works picked up on it. They actually went table to table with remote menus and it helped their business a lot, as well as other businesses downtown. And I totally understand, Anand, about the if there's a live event or a festival that wants that night. I totally understand that. But let's review the festivals that we had down there in the past, because some of them were great. They drew a lot of people. Some of them, they might have drawn 30 or 40 people. So we really got to review that before we sign something, because if we're getting 500 people, 600 people for a movie night, I'd rather see a movie night down there than somebody that's going to draw 50 or 60 people, because it doesn't do the benefit of the businesses downtown. But anyway, keep up the good work, guys. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what Councillor Bowman has against Thursdays. I think Thursdays are the new Fridays. I like going out on Thursdays. I'm going to agree that we could possibly move that movie night to another night to get more people down there. in Mount Pleasant as well. But I guess Councillor Bowman brought up this discussion, and normally in and around this time of year, we usually get staff coming to us with kind of the layout of what's going to be happening in, you know, the downtown and across the city in Mount Pleasant as well. And I'm sure staff's not just starting to work on this now because Councillor Bowman's asked for it. But when was that tracking to come to council?
Through you, Chair, if I may respond. So, Interim Director of Community Communications and Strategy, she does have some information to provide with respect to plans that we currently have underway.
Hi, Natalie.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Through the chair to the councillor. So the city and our community partners are excited to offer a wide range of in-person events across the city, including the downtown, and an announcement and public communications is forthcoming next month.
Okay, and thanks, Natalie. And just back to one of the questions, you know, Councillor Bowman was talking about was if we don't have an event that somebody's booked the square, then kind of revert to movie night. And I think that's a mistake in terms of if people are thinking that every Saturday or every Thursday or every Friday that there's movie night in the square, then that's what they're coming down for. It gets programmed in their mind that every, you know, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday, whatever day of the week that we choose to have it, you know, that's what they're constantly coming down for. So I guess my issue would be if we say to the city as a whole, if you'd like to rent out Garden Square, you know, these are the months, or this is the timeline that you're allowed to rent out the spaces throughout the summer. And if you don't do it within that timeline, it automatically then reverts to movie night or jazz night or. And I think that we shoot ourselves in the foot by saying if a community group all of a sudden last minute says, oh, I want to rent the square out, you know, in a couple of weeks or next month, then that hurts that festival or that hurts that program. How can we ensure that going forward, you know, we, like our recreation centers, when we rent out our recreation space, that the Garden Square and other places to rent in Brampton are not being impacted by, you know, the kind of last minute people that thought that it would be a good idea just to rent out the square.
So through the chair, I think that was the intent of having the Thursday night as the fixed event night, and then we would plug in Saturday as additional. So we wouldn't cancel the Thursday to move it to the Saturday. It would be additional movie night. To answer your question about the last minute, I think it's a little bit different than the rentals in the community centers where these would be a little more planned in advance. So we were thinking that it would be, if it's a 4-week window, if nothing was programmed at the square, we do an additional movie night to make sure the square is active on those empty nights throughout the summer.
Well, and I kind of disagree when it comes to recreation. I hear that there are people that rent the ice, you know, are given time slots through the city of Brampton and all the recreation centers throughout the year, and then they don't have to put a deposit down or anything, and then come that time they're kind of letting it go. So it either doesn't get rented or it will get rented last minute. But maybe that's another conversation. I guess I'll support whatever the 4 downtown councillors want to do in the Garden Square, and maybe Councillor Willens and I can have a discussion about Mount Pleasant. But I think something that is more along the lines of sticking with, you know, every Thursday or Friday or Saturday is that night of the week that you can go to this spot and it's guaranteed. I think that's the benefit, and not bouncing around, because if somebody goes down to one of these spots thinking that they're going to watch a movie or something, and they get down there and it's a festival or it's something that, you know, they didn't really plan on attending, that may hurt us than for them coming back in the future. So I'm happy to see when this does come back to council so that we can have a look at it, and maybe if Councillor Willens and I and staff can have a sidebar conversation as well about Mount Pleasant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very much, and I guess not to throw another wrench, maybe when staff can come back, because it's, you know, we are focusing on the downtown, but I have seen, for example, if you go out to, you know, Gore Meadows, if you go out to County Court, and there's potential to put, for example, a movie night is probably, you know, the easiest thing to do, but those are sort of outdoor, some of the programming that could happen on sort of different communities or different wards, such as, you know, holding a movie night where I guess that local community can just walk to it and see it. I know folks from County Court, I've talked to Councillor Bowman myself about hosting a movie night. So if there's some thinking that can go to how we can maybe do some pilot projects on the outskirts, if that can be part of the discussion coming back, not to put more sort of, and I understand there's a resource implication, staffing, all that stuff, but maybe some thought process into it. Thank you very much. So I don't think we need, yes.
I was just going to say, through the chair, just for council's awareness, there is a report coming back on May 5th as our target date. So I know it was mentioned that there typically is a report that comes out. We may be a little ahead as far as this year goes, but we'll have a report back and we'll include some of those community engagement pieces as well.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so no further speakers. We'll go on to our next item. And the city clerk, has this been referred or?
Yes, 10.3.2 Fashion Week, discussion item from Councilor Gilman was referred to council.
Okay, thank you. And public question period, are there any questions from members of the public? No? Okay, and I think Councilor, no, we were done. Oh, sorry. Councilor question period, any members of council have questions? No, no from the public, and I will hand it over to Councilor Singh to chair corporate services section of the committee agenda.
I'm going to ask we recess for lunch till 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. So members of committee, this meeting is now recessed to reconvene at 1 o'clock to start corporate services section. Thank you. So members of committee, it is now 1 o'clock. I'm just going to confirm the members that are present. Present remotely, I see Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Willens, Councillor Williams, Councillor Dillon. In person is Chair Singh, Councillor Santos, Councillor Bowman, and Councillor Vasante. And I do not see Councillor Medeiros is online, remote, and Councillor Fortini as well. So Mr. Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you. And moving on to the corporate services section, we have report 11.2.1, and I believe that was held by Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Paleshi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one quick question about the report. In particular, appeal number 6903, the exemption from the region appeal at 125 Arenda Road. At what point are we notified that they become exempt, and do they pay the difference of the property tax until the time of exemption?
Through the chair, Councillor Paleshi, it's Martin Finnegan. They become exempt as soon as, in this case, there was a tenant on the property, and once that tenant vacated, then that portion that was taxable became exempt. So based on the day the tenant left, that's when they would be eligible for the full exemption, and whatever refund is attributed to that.
And is it MPAC that notifies us, or is it the region appeal?
The region appeal will make an application for the 357 tax appeal application, and we would notify, we would forward that application with any of the backup information MPAC added to it, and then MPAC would make their decision based on that. and provide it back to us.
And Martin, are you, by way of this report, when it comes to us and there's, a total adjustment of negative 28,000, are you looking for us to try and change anything in how we send out the rollouts, or how do we try and change this in the future?
So Councillor Paleshi, through the chair, there's really not much that we can change. It's legislated that they have the right to make these applications.
Yep.
It's in these types of applications, the vast majority of all these municipal act applications are fact-based, so there's not really a great deal for us to question on it. Obviously there can be errors in math and that kind of thing, but a lot of the times it's just very obvious changes that were made on the property, and we do go over the applications and we do review them, and if there's any questions, we contact our municipal relations person over at MPAC to present whatever concerns we may have, and we'll let them come back to us with answers. And we have a pretty good rapport with them. Most of the staff here, have a couple of them have already worked for MPAC. They know some of the people there, so we do manage to make the flow of information back and forth be enough for us to make sure we're confident in the decision.
Okay, good. 2 follow-ups. The 15 Hereford Street, the classification change by MPAC, that was no longer industrial. What was that prior to, and is that a redevelopment?
Yeah, if you could just bear with me.
Sure.
Henderson. Yeah, 12 Henderson.
No, Hereford.
Oh, Hereford, sorry.
Appeal numbers, do you want anything else?
Hereford, I'm just looking for the roll number, 41836.
Yep.
It's going to open up what MPAC responded with.
Okay.
So I haven't got great detail here. A classification change that went from IT to industrial taxable to commercial taxable. There was an interior inspection of the property that took place in December of 2021 to confirm the change in use. So basically, the assessor on site would have determined they weren't producing anything at that site anymore.
They're
manufacturing.
They're not in operation?
Oh no, they're still in operation, but as a commercial entity. So they may be warehousing now. They would be doing activities that didn't fall under the industrial classification.
And do we not, by way of planning, see some kind of change in use?
There should be. Some, if they were planning to do something that required a building permit, then the city would definitely have that. There was an inspection, I'm told, that took place, and I believe that inspection was from the city of Brampton. So, I will say though, even without, having taken the proper steps at the city for our rules, MPAC does not take that into account when they make the assessment. They assess based on what's on the site.
Okay, but do we have that trigger if they do come forward with an application for a change of use, to make sure that we don't have to go out and do the inspection, that we catch it at that time?
Yeah, there would be a change in use permit that we would be able to secure from the building department to verify that what they're doing.
But these they're all billed out, and then all of these are actually appealed, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So these are all appeals to our tax assessments.
Yes.
So if somebody was to come forward with a change of use, do we not have that trigger within the city of Brampton so that it does not get sent out and there is no need for an appeal?
Well, it depends on the timing of it. So say they do make that change of use permit and it comes at a time close to the return of the roll, and MPAC does not make the assessment change in time for the roll to be returned. So it may not be something that they're getting into until the next year. And that's what these applications allow them to do, to go back and make these corrections that, time-wise, they weren't able to get it on the assessment roll.
And so MPAC is our only trigger to make any changes?
Well, any applicant can make the application. Any property owner can make the application. MPAC will be the ones that we have to go through to ensure that we get the assessment reviewed and that the change event, in fact, affects the assessment in a negative way.
Okay. And then, so on the report, the next two separate addresses, two of the same addresses, 60 Leadership Drive and then 10644 Clarkway Drive, both or all four are adjustments from 2019 to 2020. What seems to have occurred in that situation?
So there's two types of appeals. You can do an appeal under Section 357 of the Act, which basically just addresses the 1 year. But oftentimes there's, they don't make that application in time, but if they don't realize that there might be an appeal that's available to them, and then there's another that they can go back for the 2 previous years, and that's what's happening here. This property stated that there was a square footage on their house that was shown as a number that they felt was incorrect, and they purchased a house. They showed the building plans, and MPAC went back and reduced the square footage on the house from what they had on record at 3,500 and dropped it down to 2,900. And that caused a change in the valuation, and it went back to basically when they purchased the home.
And then, so is that for 2019? And then what was the adjustment again in 2020?
For 2019, it was 513, quite likely because of the fact that it was a partial year. And then 2020, they likely had the full benefit of that correction. And then 2021, we would expect MPAC would have the correct information to get the right assessment for the roll.
Is that a fingers crossed, Martin, expectation, or is it we'll see what happens next year?
Yeah, through the chair, no. We do follow up as best we can. There's a lot of properties, but we also know that the property owners are pretty on top of these things as well.
Sure.
But what we would do in a case like this, if say perchance we didn't get that correction on the roll, then we would be in touch with MPAC. They now have the ability to issue a post-roll amended notice, which effectively just changes the assessment on the roll for effective the beginning of the year. The property owner doesn't have to appeal. We don't have to go to council with these kinds of a report. They just make the correction, and that's the most common way of them then fixing it if they happen to miss it for roll return. And sometimes it is timing again.
Okay, thanks, Martin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. I don't see any other questions, so I have a motion by Councillor Pleshy to move the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 11.2.2, staff report regarding bylaw to establish tax ratios for 2022. Councillor Bowman, I believe you held this, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, Martin, I guess you'll have to, you stayed online anyways, good for you. The mill rates that are listed here, that a bylaw be authorized to follow the tax ratios. The first one is 1.0 for residential, second's 1.7 for multi-residential property class, and then we've got a 1.0 for new multi-residential property class. What is that new multi-residential property class?
So through the chair, Councillor Bowman, that was introduced by the province just a couple of years ago to incentivize development of new multi-residential properties, hopefully also including affordable housing. And municipalities it's a mandatory property code, so municipalities had to include it in their tax in their tax rates, and they could only choose a value between 1.0 and 1.1. So you couldn't match it to the new multi-res class, or sorry, to the existing multi-res class. You had to pick a value between that. We settled on 1 to stay in competition with our neighbors. And to this point, there hasn't been much uptake. I believe on the assessment, we had none last year. On the assessment roll this year, there's one property that has about 3.3 million attached to it. And I believe this is about I believe it's a 30-year commitment to be in that new multi-res property class.
Okay, perfect, Martin. Thank you for that explanation, because when I first read it, I thought that this might have been what we've been asking MPAC for years, for second units or lodging houses, units that have more than one resident in them. So we still charge the exact same mill rate to a homeowner, whether it's a business, whether it's a rental, or whether it's a single-family dwelling?
The same mill rate for, yes, exactly. When you're talking about a single-family detached home or a property that's using it as a lodging home, or it's using it as a, a threeplex, fourplex, yes, it's the same mill rate until they get to 7 self-contained units, and then it falls into the multi-residential class.
Wow, okay. Well, I sure hope, now these all come from MPAC, they're dictated to them. We can't form our own tax code?
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Bowman. They're legislated provincially, so the property classes are MPAC, are the province's responsibility, and it's MPAC's responsibility to classify those existing properties into those classes. The city, where we have some authority is over the ratios that we choose to use. That's been delegated through the region appeal to the area municipalities here, where we each one of us brings forth our own reports to council to look at the tax ratios. And then there's what we can do with those ratios is very limited by legislation as well. So we're not able to, split out a residential property class and say, oh, we also want to include folks that may be using that home as a business into something else. That we don't have the authority to do.
Okay, and Martin, you wouldn't know if MPAC has done that as of yet, would you? Change their classification for revenue generating properties?
Through the chair, Councillor Bowman, they have not.
Okay.
It's still the property classes you see before you there. There are optional property classes, other ones that you don't see here, but that is not one of them today.
Okay, great job explaining, Martin. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Fertini.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Martin. I got a couple of questions already answered, but one thing I want to say, I don't know if it's us or if MPAC, they do it. If you get 2 buildings, 2 high-rise buildings, one's a condominium and one's a rental, and they're right beside each other, they're exactly the same. Why is a rental pay more than condominium? Because really the renter, the owner is just going to charge you on the rental. So we keep pushing on these affordable housing and how we can help. Meanwhile, they're paying more than a building that's condominium.
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Fortini, that's been a long-going argument. There's been some studies done, and I'm going to be going back a bit, where some of the difference is made up in the assessed value. So when you look at a condominium, each single unit is individually owned by folks. They're responsible for their unit, and they pay tax based on the residential tax rate. And then you go to an apartment building, which could be next door. It's a multi-res apartment building, very similar, and their tax rate is going to be much higher than their people next door. But also the assessed value of that apartment building is affected by the number of units in it. In other words, if you were to look at the unit value of a single unit in the condominium complex and compared it to what MPAC is valuing a similar unit in an apartment building, that apartment building unit will be a lowered value unit, which will affect the whole building being assessed lower than just simply adding up the assessed values of the condominium and making a comparison. So it's not it's not as easy as just looking at the tax rate. They also have to look at the assessment. And it's also hard to find really good comparables that can tell you, you know what, this is the real number. This is where we're at. It's definitely not a 1.70 on tax ratio for multi-residential in Brampton as opposed to 1 for residential. But that's not the tax impact because, as I said, those units within the buildings, the units that are condominium units are going to be assessed higher than an individual unit in a multi-residential building will be. And that will all be rolled up into one value.
Yeah, and I know it's a big difference. And, you know, at the end, if you own the building, you're just charging more rent and it makes it harder for them. But really the value of the building, if you have 700 condos in one and 700 apartments in there and they're almost the same, I just don't get why their percentage is a lot higher on a rental than the condominium. Yeah, so that's done through, it's not done through us, it's also done through impact. It's got nothing to do with us. Am I correct?
Yes, sorry, through the chair. It's the province that dictates what types of properties fall into what property classes, and then MPAC's job is to take the properties out there and make sure that they place them in the correct property class. But I think you're quite right, and we're seeing a lot of news coming out about affordable housing and how rents and things like that are going very high. And, these are things that it's within the province's, authority to make changes to. For them making, I think when they brought in the new multi-residential property class, there was an intent there that, hey, this might be something that we can help. But certainly we haven't seen much uptake. It takes time, but there really hasn't been much so far.
Yeah, and I remember they used to have those 12 plexes and the 10 plexes. They dropped it down to 7. So anything you have under 7 really doesn't affect you. Anything over it does.
Correct.
The other thing is we do permits. Someone builds an addition or a basement apartment. I'll give you an example of what Councilor Bowman brought up. I do a permit, everything. Doesn't my value go up higher? Because on the permit system, the reason also about the permit is not only to do it right, is to send it into impact, say, well, they got two apartments here now. Their value should be higher. So now we don't get these complaints saying, well, why are they paying the same tax as me and they got 2 apartments or 2 families? Do they value that?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Fortini, they actually do. They do, they have various, what do you call them, levels, I guess, so let's just take the obvious, like a finished basement as opposed to a basement apartment. So they do place a premium on a basement apartment, and a basement apartment at MPAC has to have a separate entrance. That's one of the main, clarifications for it to be classified as a separate entrance. But they value, the vast majority of residential properties are valued based on square footage. So it's a mathematical model. You have square footage, you got location, you got lot size. Those are the big ones. And then there's variables that are far less impactful. And that would be one of them, because MPAC's going to say, okay, they've got 1,000 square foot finished basement, but it's still just 1,000 square foot separate entrance, because they cannot take into any consideration that there might be income coming into that property. That's not part of their mandate. They don't have the authority to look at that. All they can look at is what's the market value of the property. And if this basement, as a basement apartment, is 1,000 square feet, what's it worth more to sell? They're not looking at it as an income-based property. And I think that's part of why when you see these valuations, even though they do have them assessed, it's not really much extra on the value of the assessment.
Yeah, and that causes a problem. That's where we get the complaints.
Yes.
If they did reassessment, that's the whole idea is doing the permits. You do a permit, you do the job right. It also brings, if you have a basement apartment, and that's why I don't understand why they stuck at number 7. They should have gone right through. If you have 1, 2, or there's a lot of them are 3 plexes, let's say their value is the same as if it's square footage as if they only have 1 apartment. Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. I don't see any other members requesting to speak. So I will have Councillor Fortini move the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. Moving on to 11.2.3. It is a staff report regarding capital project financial status report Q4 2021, and this was held by Councillor Bowman. So Councillor Bowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Very, very quickly, a couple of questions. The unspent capital that we're reporting on now. Oh, hi, Nash, didn't see you there. The unspent capital that we're seeing here. How much different is it from what was reported when we did our budgets in December?
Through the chair, Councillor. If I can please just ask my colleague Maya Kuzmaton, she'll be able to tell you the difference exactly between the two. Maya?
Thank you, Nash. Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, as part of the Q3 capital status report, the number was the uncommitted number, so this would be as of September 30th. The number was 1.2 billion was the remaining capital budget before commitments, and then out of that, about 160 million was commitments, leaving about $1 billion not yet committed or spent as of September 30th.
Okay, thanks, Maya. And so the 1.2 billion of the approved budget has been spent December 31st. So between September and December, there was basically $200 million spent. Is that what we're saying?
That is more or less correct, yes. There were some other adjustments, there were some budget amendments, so it's not the spending only that impacts the balance. It's also obviously any return of financing and spending or any budget amendments. So there's a few different components.
Okay, and I think it's in this section here, I saw a graph that shows that our spending has gone down over the past 2 years. Is that attributable to COVID, or is that attributable to us not getting the projects completed? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Bowman, I think there's many different factors. I think one of them is definitely COVID. I would like to point out that Peter, if you just scroll down a little bit to the section that speaks to the actual spending, just a little bit further down. Yeah, right there. So if you can, right there. So if you can see, as part of the 2021 budget, we approved 200 million in capital spend. So we just came just a little bit shorter, just a little bit under that. So I'll maybe defer to Nash if he wants to talk about it from the broader perspective, but I think there are different components contributing to the spending.
Thank you, Maya. Through the chair, Councillor, actual spending has averaged very much around the $200 million throughout the different years. And I know maybe we could have done a bit of a better job with the graph itself, but it's the bottom line in the yellow that we're indicating the spending in. So we really have been pretty consistent with that delivery capacity of around $200 million.
Okay, and thanks, Nash, because that's my point. That's the point I'm trying to make, that, we seem to be increasing each year the amount we want to spend, or the capital projects we say we want, but yet we still don't have the capacity to spend more than $200 million. So what's the answer? Do we plan less, or do we increase our capacity? What do we do? That's what I'm trying to get at, so that because the gap's growing.
For sure.
How do we get it so we spend what we plan? Otherwise, we're bad planners.
So, Councillor, through the chair, just to clarify, what you said is absolutely correct. We seem to be planning more than our current average capacity. The number is made a little worse by some big projects that are coming our way. So for example, the transit facility, that's a huge number. It's around $170 million that we're currently in the process of issuing the purchase order, and that's part of the current backlog. We also have the Center for Innovation, which is another $130 million that's also contributing with that number. But overall, though it might not be as big as it shows currently in the graph, we do have like a tendency to book a little more than we have been delivering in the past. And part of it is, I think, there has been some focus, I know, within PW to increase our capacity to deliver, but also on the planning side, we can probably do a better job of trying to match that ability to spend.
Okay, and some of the money that we've put back, some of the money, when we look at a project and we say, we're going to put this Center for Innovation, we move that project to another budget year.
Mm-hmm.
Do we take any of that funding that was planned in 2018, I guess, for the Center for Innovation? Did we take any of that money ever so far and put it back into the capital surplus?
Yes. So if a project is within the past approved years, it would show within this graph as part of what's planned to be delivered. If a project, for example, was approved in 2018, but now has been deferred till after the approved period, then it will be a give back or like a return, and will be going back in once we reach to that year when we approved it in.
Okay, so say we take, well, I'll just use this number right here, 1.87 million. We take $1.87 million out of those projects that had been approved but had been unspent, and we put that back into reserves. We still at some point have to draw that back out of reserves and put it back into that project in a future budget year, correct?
That is correct, Councillor, through the chair. Also, just please distinguish that not everything that is returned is a postponed project. It's part of what is returned, but some of them are projects that are returned, and we have some extra funding that was returned as well as part of that. Some of them are adjustments in scope and so on. So those that have been actually postponed, you're absolutely correct, Councillor. But not everything is that.
Okay, no, that's it. Those are the only questions I had. I just, I see the lines getting bigger. And as a corporation, we should be ensuring that the lines either are getting smaller or are staying the same wherever we can. So that was my only question.
Councillor, one relief point just on that is we have a graph that shows on the previous page that out of the outstanding amount, about half of it is of what was approved in the 2021 budget, which included some of those bigger projects that I mentioned and so on. So if we look at what has been delivered on the previous years, it actually shows that on those previous years we have been delivering better. Yep. Nevertheless, as you said, there is still a bit of a gap that we need to address.
Okay, and one more question, and maybe it's me, I missed it, I didn't see it. I went through the list, and we postponed, I don't know the exact amount, $20 million, I think, for a new animal shelter. So I don't know, Nash, it might have been on the list, I might have missed it. It was a pretty extensive list on one of the appendixes. Where is that project now? I'm hoping we're not going to hear that money was put back into a reserve, because we really need that new animal shelter. So does anybody know? I'm just asking because I didn't see it.
Through the chair to Councillor Bowman, it's through design phase right now, is my understanding.
Okay, so was that right? Is it 20 million or is it?
I'm not sure what the total is, except it's continuing.
Okay, maybe that's why I didn't see it on the list. I don't know.
So, Councillor, it was $23 million. There was $3 million for design component, and then another 20 for the build. And that didn't include the property. So we have to look at the property, and we're still trying to finalize a piece on the property. We haven't come to an agreement exactly where it's going to be yet. And we still have to do the design phase for the building as well. So it's in movement. It's just a little slower than we had hoped.
Okay, and is the 20 million still sitting in the budget? Or
We
has
have
the 20 million been moved back into?
We absolutely have $20 million for the build within the
Perfect,
budget.
okay, thank you, that's it. Happy to move the report, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is something that I talked about in the budget last year now, when referencing our $1 billion backlog. And I think we really need a better understanding on, Councillor Bowman said it's bad planning, and I don't know what exactly he means by that, but I look at it to the effect that, council as a whole is making these decisions and saying that we want to build this, we want to do that, we have to do this as we have the right to do to move the city forward and to be bigger and greater than we were before. But it's obvious to me, and I think it's obvious to this council, that we're putting too much on the docket to more than we can actually deliver on. So, when we're making decisions, then maybe there's another opportunity for us to look at the way we make decisions and timelines and there to affect, and if we need to go outside and look at other opportunities that we can bring in other organizations to deliver on some of the projects, rather than constantly having to pressure staff to meet timelines and to shrink timelines. Then I've personally asked for the design of the Hamilton Mississauga Recreation Center to come sooner than what was previously expected. So I'm not throwing anybody really under the bus, saying it's kind of all of us to say that we need to be better, I think, at understanding what this $1 billion backlog truly means to the city. And I think that if that needs to change in the way that we're asking for reports to come back from staff in terms of what those timelines mean, I think that's something that we need to ask staff to put some work into to let us know.
Okay. Does staff have
I'd like.
Sorry if I may, and I want to be careful here, not through you, Chair, not, the Finance Department. I know through the years with Maya and Mark, we've been working. One of the big contributors to some of the stuff that you see here, and perhaps it's a way of reporting, transit is a culprit in this. And the reason the reason being, and Councillor Plush, I think you mentioned throwing under the bus, I wish you would have referred to another vehicle, but tongue in cheek.
Fire truck.
What happens with us, we have 400 million plus in capital programs. The issue we have is when we bring to council approvals in 2019, 2020, we have to put them in our budget. They're still subject to ISIP approval, which takes potentially a year or two. And then by the time we get those approvals and get the actual capital program spent, it takes a few years down the road too. So in terms of a lot of the capital parts that you see here, definitely Transit will try to work with finance to see how we can report that different to council to understand what elements of the capital program relate to these delays through ISIP and everything. And we are been a pain point to finance over the years, and this is something that we need to bring forward a different way. So I just thought I'd just mention that.
No, and thank you, Alex, and I appreciate that. And it's one thing for transit. We've had the fastest growing transit system in Canada for how many years now? That's the asterisk amongst the capital projects, but it is that some of the other things that council does speak on and pressure staff to be able to deliver. And I'm not sure if Nash or the CAO wants to provide a comment.
Sorry, Councillor Pelici, can you just give me the last piece of your question again?
No, it really, Paul, it has to do with when council are making the decisions on the capital projects. We really need it's one thing for us to make the decision and ask staff to basically work harder, work faster when they don't have the ability to do that. We're asking for, we're not necessarily saying that but we're asking for staff to deliver on some of the projects that we're requesting faster than they have the ability to do. So how are you, as the city manager, going to ensure that, you know, when council's making these requests, you're coming back to us to say, we don't have the capability of doing that?
No, you're quite right. Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor. We will be going back to CLT. We'll revisit all of our previous projects. We'll see what our capacity to move forward on those projects is. We'll see what the timelines may be. But the other piece of this, and you've put it out there, is in futurizing what we're going to do in 2023. We have to take into consideration what we were unable to do in 2022 and past, and what we realistically can do with our staff given the magnitude of the projects, et cetera. So we will come back to the table, we'll take a look at that, and we'll hopefully come out with some sort of matrix that shows you on significant to large size projects where we are in our ability to execute.
No, and that's good, Paul. And you know, I'm not asking you here today for you to go back and look at what priority projects are prioritized. That's not for staff, and council's already set these priorities. But maybe what we could be asking is, you know, here's a list of projects that, you know, we can do as the city as a whole, but here are the other ones that are also priority that we could look out to the private sector to see what they can deliver on, you know, from start to finish, knowing that, you know, here's our budget for whatnot, and maybe there's a potential for us to find some savings by way of doing that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you're quite right, Councillor, and one of the other things we'll throw into the mix will be our barriers to completion. And we don't know what those are, and we'll try to get an accounting for that as well. But yes, we will look outside to see where our ability is to partner with private agencies to complete some of these projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferpentini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to elaborate that, you know, I get some of these projects take time. But when I got elected in 2014, I remember myself, Councillor Miles, you know, we got Howden Recreation Center. Still hasn't been started. And that goes almost 7-8 years. Victoria Park Arena is another one, caught fire. It's been 6 years on the go, and still nothing happened. Tor Bram Walls. So when we put these in the budget, why does it take so long for a design to do a square box, something easy, and it takes years to start? And do we just don't have the money? Is it spent somewhere else? Because we put it in the budget, everything's approved, and it looks like everything, we're all dragging our feet. It takes 3 years. Like, you know, and the construction cost becomes double. Then we fall more behind, like Councillor Bowman says. You know, so why does it take so long when we approved some of these projects in 2014-15 and we still haven't started? That's my question to staff. How long does it take to do a design and get things going? It shouldn't take 6-7 years.
Through you, Mr. Chair. You're absolutely correct, Councillor. We'll take a look at that. I can tell you I've experienced it myself in trying to move forward to construction projects. Sometimes we can be much more nimble than what we are, and processes bog us down. I would relate that to processes such as Rick Kennard's area, where they've enhanced all the permit processes, all the procedures in buildings. We need to look at how we can enhance our processes and our speed when we do our own projects within the city scope for tendering, for the construction piece, everything, including design. So we'll go back and look at that. These are really good questions that we'll take to the table.
Yeah, and I thank you for that, because, you know, it's kind of something that was planned for $20 million to say on Howden Recreation Center in 2015. That was going to cost 40. And then staff are trying, I feel like, I don't know, we're dragging our feet saying, how can we come up now with the other 20 million? You know, like to do a design. You know, if this had to be a private company or private sector, I'm sure it won't take 7 years, like Councilor Fleschy said. You know, to do a design, it's a square box, washrooms, movable walls. Within 6 months, it should be done. I've been asking to look at the design on that for the last 2 years. We're working on the design, Like, I still don't get why it takes so long. So let's move it forward, because we just keep falling more behind. And these projects become triple, double the cost, then we don't have the money. And that's why I think we're falling way behind, because things, so if we got to look at the serious ones where we started, finish those off before we carry on into new ones. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Fortini. We have a motion moved by Councillor Pleshy to approve the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the motion carries. 11.2.4, staff report regarding 2021 year-end operating budget and reserve report. I believe this was held by Councillor Bowman. Councillor Bowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, Nash. The 21-year surplus, 2021, of $12 million. I just wanted to ask the same question. When we did our budgets in December, what was the predicted surplus that we were going to have at the end of the year, and how much different is it from when we did budget to the report we're getting today?
So, through the chair, Councillor Bowman, we treated our financial statements and the results this year exactly the same way that we treated them last year. And with COVID having the major impact that it had on our operations, we were expecting that we will be using the Safe Restart funding to meet all our net deficit from COVID-19. And so we expected in reality that we will be net zero at this. Once we were reviewing the end of the year, we noticed that we have two areas that we did not have last year and we did not expect to look at, which are not COVID related. They're positive variances in revenues that are not related to COVID. They're related to the great work that we have been talking earlier today with the development in the downtown, and how that drew a lot of the planning and a lot of the new developments. That really is almost $7 million, a little more than $7 million of that additional revenue. We also noticed that a lot of people actually paid a lot more penalties and interest, which shows a strengthening ability by the taxpayers to deliver this. This is again not COVID related, and so it wouldn't be fair to us as the city to use those revenues against offsetting COVID impacts. And that's why we set them aside, but we were not aware of this till very recently, in the past month or so, once we started to close all the books and look at all of that and so on.
Okay, so we didn't know about this. I think we got, what, $30.2 million in COVID left to spend in 2022 if something happens, correct?
Yes, beyond last year, which is 2022 and beyond.
Okay, and Nash, I read what you said here in the report about people paying more of their taxes. Was that people paying more of their taxes, or was that the people who were paying the deferrals that we had given them from the previous year?
That's right, Councillor. It's the second. It's the penalties that have been paid more in 2021. Even though we had the resolution that allowed people to defer their the revenues, they chose not to, and instead chose to pay them, which shows again a strengthening in the economy and in the taxpayers' ability to pay this.
Okay, and is that over now? Actually, the deferral of any property taxes now that tax bills have gone out?
I believe we renewed that for another year.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thanks. Happy to move the report.
Thank you.
Sure. I don't see any of the speakers, but I have a quick question. Just to refresh my memory, what was the operating budget of 2021? The size of it?
Sorry.
Operating budget of 2021, roughly.
700 through the chair, Councillor. $780 million for operating. Yes.
And this surplus is how much? 12.1 million. Did I get?
Yes, the 12 point, a little less than 12.1, 12 and 46. That we measure against the 2021 budget. It's 1.6% of that budget.
1.6. So, I mean, when we talk about variances, 1.6%, you know, like You have to put it in perspective. I mean, this stuff is expected. Look at any Fortune 500 company. We're talking about variances of 3, 4, 5%. So I think it's healthy. And the fact it's on the surplus side and not the deficit side, we should be, happy about that as well. That was just my comments, and I'll have the report moved by quick comment. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Chair Singh, just for pointing that out for folks to know. I had myself done the rough back of the napkin calculation and had gotten 1.5% as a variance, and I think that is absolutely impressive. And so thank you to staff for managing things very well despite all of the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Vicente to approve the recommendations. Is anybody opposed? Hearing and seeing none, the recommendations carried. 11.2.5 and 11.2.6 were in consent. 11.3.1 is a discussion item at the request of Councillor Medeiros, I believe. Yep, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair Singh. And this is really, there's not much more that we can say that's not been said. I know Councillor Palashi and Mayor Brown have really sort of led the support for the local Ukrainian community, and just in recognizing that the province celebrates and recognizes Ukrainian Heritage Day, and we know the atrocities that are happening in the Ukraine, and especially around again, I know the word genocide is being used by certain members and certain member states, and certainly what we're seeing there is really catastrophic and really touching on the cultural and heritage identity of the people of the Ukraine. So just as align ourselves with the province, and I have spoken to staff about it, and they have recommended that a Heritage Day would be appropriate instead of a Heritage Month. And so I just put there, and I'm more than happy if all the council wants to move it, second it, whatever everyone feels comfortable.
Sure. Maybe we'll just do a recorded vote. I think it's a good motion as well. And we'll move it with a recorded vote. And I request the city clerk to initiate that.
Members of committee, a recorded vote's been requested. All in favor or opposed, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
In favor.
Councillor Fortini.
In favor.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Palashi.
In favor.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
It's a yes. Councillor Santos. Yes. It's a yes. Chair Singh.
Yes.
It's a yes. That carries unanimously 10-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 11.3.2 is a discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Medeiros regarding fair wage policy. Councillor Medeiros, the floor is yours.
Thank you. In the meantime, thank you, Chair. In the meantime, I did have conversations with staff. I do know reports coming back, and I've had an opportunity to speak with staff, and I'm satisfied that I'll wait for the report to come back to council. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much, Councillor Medeiros. Moving on, 11.4.1 was in consent. Councillor question period. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing and hearing none, moving on, public question period to the clerk. Do we? No, we don't have any questions from the public. So I will pass it on to Chair Vicente to chair the Public Works and Engineering section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For our Public Works agenda, we have item 12.3.1, the minutes of the Environment Advisory Committee for April 5th, held by Councillor Bowman. Excuse me, it was Councillor Willens. Councillor Willens?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, I asked Councillor Bowman to hold this up because I was in a previous other municipal business. So, Peter, can you bring up, I think it's 8.3 in the minutes themselves. It was a request by the members, by BIAC, there it is right there. And it's really not, there's nothing really to vote on here. It's more just to send it back to staff, what's on the board there to come back to a report so we can bring it back to our Brampton Environmental Advisory Committee, the effects of the back to work policy changes. There's just some questions there that they've asked to through the CAO and the senior administrators to come back on how we did this, and I guess to show how it relates to the carbon emissions resulting from the change there. So it's nothing really to speak of. It's just I wanted to pull this out so that we can give direction for staff to have a report. Is that okay, CAO? I wanted to give the staff a heads up, and I think Michael Hoy and I've spoken to staff about this, so they're happy to do it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I was aware, and we will endeavor to answer the questions for you. And we'll come back with a report.
That's great. We can take it back. I think it's our next meeting is either end of May or June. So that's great. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Next, we have item 12.3.2 at the request of Councillor Dillon regarding Brampton Transit Route 501A. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just I was wondering if Alex is there, and he can kind of give some background on the 501A and where we are now, where we were previously, and what's and what can we expect ahead. There's been a number of residents who've, particularly students, who've contacted me in regards to this.
And through you, Chair, to Councillor Dillon, maybe I'll provide back up a bit to provide a bit of context, because I know that many of you may have had inquiries. I know we often hear from our contact center as well as when we're reinstating the 501A and C. So the 501, which is our flagship of our Zoom back in 2004 and 5 when we started this project, we launched in 2010 as the first Zoom line. And the intent of that Zoom line was to service the corridor into York University, subject to when the subway extension was expanded. And the reason being, at York University, there was a transit hub that connected to not only TTC, but the GO Transit to York Region as well. And that way the connections were made there. After the subway extension was commissioned in 2017 with substantial infrastructure monies from different levels of government, the intent was to service the subway. In 2017, we continued direct services along to the subway, but as well as the 501A and C that Councillor Dillon is referring to about the inquiries that run along the 407. So pre-pandemic, we encounter a lot of ridership. The majority of the people that go to York University are York University people. However, there are a number of people that travel further into Toronto as a connecting point. So when the pandemic hit us, again, we had to reschedule our services to meet the demand within areas, and you saw from economic development, even some of the employment areas that require, we're constantly pivoting to provide service to provide workers to be able to attend those facilities within our city, as well as with the reduction of resources in terms of providing the service hours, we had to scale back our services. 501A and C were both impacted in removing them from the 407 because we did provide the 501 service along Queen Street right into the Vaughan Metropolitan Center where people can connect to the subway to get down to York University. And it allowed us to redeploy some of those service hours that we are able to put to higher pressure areas within our community. Given that, one of the biggest things we've heard from our customers is the double fare, the fare integration, where if you come off a Brampton Transit bus and you get onto any other 905 service, that transfer is free. When you get to TTC at the subway, you have to pay an additional fare, a TTC fare. That's been a very strong pain point for many of our customers. As part of that whole exercise, we've undertaken a very strong fare integration discussions with both the MTO, TTC, and other jurisdictions within the area to see how we can facilitate a pilot program where we're able to go into the subway without paying an additional fare to allow our customers to go down to York University without that additional fare. That's ongoing. I don't believe we'll have an answer in the short term. We are aggressively working with the province, and part of that is to make us whole in terms of the fare integration within the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area, and provide some relief funding for both us and if the TTC is willing to engage the TTC as well. So I'll pause there just to back up again on the service part. We're currently at approximately, which is the largest in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area recovery coming out of the pandemic, with our ridership recovery of 85% to 90% post-pandemic. Everyone else is still hovering around 50 or 60%. We were down at 25% some time ago when the pandemic first started, and we were collecting fares. So Brampton is experiencing the most recovery in a Greater Toronto Hamilton area, and that's been a pain point because we're still struggling with resources. Although we have 85 to 90% of our ridership back, we're still only producing 86% of our services because of our resource restrictions. So what we plan on doing is, as we come out of this recovery part, we're hopeful that we get the full service reimplementation by September, by fall of this year, and as well as the council approved service increases that were approved in the 2020 budget, we're going to be implementing extra services in the fall of this year as well, provided we continue on the trajectory that we are now and that we don't get a significant setback because of the sixth wave or any other things that might impact us. So to answer the 501A and C question, we are working and hopeful that we'll be able to get some type of fare integration opportunity, because we do spend over $1 million just on a 407 transponder fees on that service. At the same time, as we get towards September with the next school year, I know we have summer students as well, but it's about half or less than half than the normal enrollment, and we still provide services to Subway. We're hopeful by September that we're able to determine whether we have a fare integration in place, or what other options we have in terms of service restoration of the 501A and C. And that's the recommendations that we're still going towards, and we'll have to monitor as we go forward, unless, of course, council gives a different direction. But as a transit operator, that's what we feel is the most appropriate to service the rest of our community. I hope that wasn't too long through you, Chair, and but I hope that answers some of the questions that arise not only with Councillor Dillon, but many of the others as well.
No, I appreciate that. It was it wasn't too long. It was quite informative. So you said A and C. They're not active right now. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And so do we see? So right now, I guess the hiccup there is with the TTC and not getting into the subway station, them getting have a different sort of an additional fare. What was the other thing that you mentioned? The issue that you were mentioning?
Sorry, through you, Chair. I believe some of the other challenges that we're facing is the availability of services and meeting other demand areas, because we're only still at 86%. 86% of our service restoration compared to post-pandemic.
Yeah, and so to resume, normal schedule. What's what would you say right now if we were to today resume the normal schedule? What's the additional costs? Have you calculated it?
Sorry, through the chair, it's not necessarily the additional cost, it's a resourcing issue that we're facing. So we're hopeful, Councillor Dillon, by September, that our workforce is back to a steady state as we were pre-pandemic, and that we're able to provide those services with a budget approved that we already have through our operating budget.
Right. So it's a matter of just, again, the TTC, and it's a matter of getting back to full, I guess, ridership, and with the limited resources now. Is that correct?
The fare integration at the subway to prevent customers paying an additional fare when they get onto the TTC is the ongoing discussion we're having with the province as well as TTC. In whether that succeeds or fails by September as a pilot, then we are still looking at what services we can implement in putting back the 501A /C in September, when we bring back full services based on our complement of resources to provide that.
Yeah, sorry, not to sound kind of confused, but I'm just saying. So the subway issue, is that separate from the other part? Like, we've eliminated these routes because of resourcing issues. Is that correct?
We've scaled back on many of the services and currently right now have taken off to 501A and C due to resourcing issues, yes.
Yeah. So, and we're waiting until September. Is that correct?
We're waiting in September to hopefully restore full service based on our resources, or if we can get a fair integration agreement in place, Councillor Dillon, that we're able to leverage that as part of reducing the costs along the 407 on those services. We'd have to increase our services on the 501 to the subway to carry the capacity, but that also helps us in terms of relief in other pressure areas.
Right. So, because we've had, residents are eager for, for any progress on this. And so, just kind of last question is this. If we were to restore that 501A and C, again, you said it's resources. What would we need to do that? Like, what would it take to restore the service?
Through the chair, it would take more operators, mechanics, which we have the complement now, but just because of the pandemic, we've seen increase in absenteeism, hence why the service cutbacks as many have, sorry.
So we have resources, we have the mechanics in place, we have the operators in place. It's just that we've cut back the service. There must be a cost associated to it, or some, like, how do we, like, and I'm trying to think of the wording for this, but how do we resume this as quickly as possible? Do we have to wait till September? Can we not just resume it now?
So through the chair, if we have, and I'll try to explain this, if we have 100 buses to put out and we need 100 operators to provide a level of service, but we're only having 80 operators come in, we're going to not have 20 buses on the road. So what we've done through the chair to Councillor Dillon is we've prioritized routes that are in high pressure areas. So for example, there's areas of the city that we have where there's a large demand for service, if it's servicing Amazon or other high employment areas, as well as residential areas that if we reduce service, they'd have no service. So we're trying to balance out the services. The key is to try to provide getting to a destination, although it might be a little bit longer or it might be a bit more expensive if you're integrating with TTC, but at least the option is there. And in the case of the in case of the 501 A and C, we run the 501. In fact, we've increased services on the 501 to accommodate the capacity there. So we still have residents that have the option of getting down to York University, but we're also servicing other areas with the resources that we have to sustain a transit system that's fairly dependable for our residents.
Right. So, but the 501A and C went direct to York, is that correct? And whereas this goes to the subway, the one now that's operating goes to the subway station only?
Yes, and that might be a good point of clarification. So the 501 goes to the subway, and the subway goes right into the heart of York University. Currently, where our services that used to go into York University are a bit further away, but the 501A and the 501C come off the main corridor once they pass our geographical boundary, and they jump on the 407 to get to York University. A bit more direct, but also a lot more costlier as an operator to provide that service.
Right, but the cost is, I guess, being put on the residents right now. They got to get that extra fare. We've had a number of. I'm sure maybe other councillors, if they had it, they can jump in. I know I've kind of been on for a while. I'd really like to see the service, and I understand that you're saying that we don't have enough heads. When are we going to see full? Like, is it voluntarily that these drivers are not, are driving, or is it something that you and your staff have decided? Like, why do we have this reduction in these operators?
So through you, Chair, I'm sorry, just to make sure I understand, Councillor Dillon, in terms of operating the routes, it's a very complex scheduling process that we break up crews to ensure whatever services we advertise to our customers are met by shifts that are resourced through drivers, through mechanics, and through facilities and other general service person to fuel and clean the buses. So that's all scheduled in kind of a complex method. In terms of the resource of the drivers, so, we've got 1,400 staff in transit. We used to experience approximately 6% absenteeism on an average, generally an industry average. But during the pandemic, we were up around 15 or 18%. So when you have that large volume of staff that are off and absences because of the pandemic, and the different leaves that are available through the different levels of government, including our municipal government, it impacts our resource ability. So we're hopeful that that comes back as we come out of this pandemic, and as our absenteeism comes down to more of the average post-pandemic, we're able to provide those services. But the challenge is right now is we're only scheduling 86% of our services because that's the only amount of resources we're able to do. And we've been increasing. We used to be down around 50, and I might be wrong, and my colleagues will correct me, I'm sure, if I am wrong. But as we saw the absenteeism levels come back to a more manageable area, we increased our services right away. And that's why you saw the service announcements go on in the past several months about the routes that we're bringing back. It's all proportional to the ability of us being able to deliver the service. What we can't do is put out there that we're going to deliver service and people don't see a bus, because people are dependent on getting to school or their workplace or at home. And that's something that's critical for us to make sure we provide to our customers.
Right. So, no, I think is really informative. It's not just me. I think every councillor here has, council member here has residents who go to, students who go to York University. I think it was good to inform everybody. But what we'll do is this: I'll take this offline with you this week. We'll have a few more discussion to discuss, maybe a few what our options are going forward, and perhaps we can bring this up next council meeting. I appreciate that. I thought it was important that we let our public know and we let our council members know what's exactly going on. Thank you, Alex.
And if I can, through the chair, thank you, Councillor Dillon, for bringing that up, because I know it's been questions that are often asked, so I'd rather tell the whole story so everyone hears, and I appreciate that opportunity to do so. And rest assured is, by September, we're very hopeful that we're able to either trigger a fare integration or bring back the services that people were accustomed to. And I'd be more than happy to have that discussion further with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Comment from the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Further to the discussion Alex had with you, Councillor Dillon, I encourage you to go down and take a look at the transit facility. I was there this morning for an hour and a half, and we see buses on the road, and we go down the road, we think it's quite simple to put a bus out. I was amazed. I was sheerly amazed at the effort to put a bus on the road and bring it back, including the ballet it takes to gas and wash and maintenance, the parts, the equipment. I talked to drivers. So I echo what Alex says. It's not simply saying we could use a bus route to here or there. There's a lot of economics that take place at the back, a lot of staffing issues. So Councillor Dillon, I would encourage you to go down, take a look, have the safe tour as I would any other councillor. And you will actually be amazed.
Thank you very much, CAO. Next, so that concludes that item. So our next is Councillor Fortini to speak. It's on the board. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Alex, thank you. Yeah, so we're hoping to get everyone back September. I heard that a discussion you were saying it costs. We do have a bus that goes right to York University.
Through the chair, currently, Councillor Fortini, we do not have a bus that goes directly to York University. What it does do now, it travels along the corridor into the Vaughan Metropolitan Center, where they can connect to a subway, the subway extension, and that takes them right into the heart of York University.
But we did used to have one before the COVID. Am I correct or am I wrong here?
Yes, through the chair, absolutely. We've had the 501A and the 501C that traveled along the 407 right into York University prior to the pandemic hitting us.
Yeah. So, and you said the 407 is about $1 million a year?
And through the chair, yes, our operating costs for the 407 are slightly over $1 million a year in terms of service that we provided along that corridor. And again, that's being accounted for as well. And certainly that's part of the business case that we're working with the province to look at a fare integration with TTC. And that's something that we'll be reviewing in the future.
Yeah, and that's great. The other thing is, a lot of these students, when they do tuition, they're charged already on transit. I remember my daughter, we don't get nothing back from them, if they're already paying for it, part of the tuition, they don't give anything back for using the service like we're providing?
And through the chair, Councillor Frattini, that's a very loaded question and a really good one, because you're right, a lot of universities have a transit pass program that's more specific in general to the jurisdiction that they reside. For example, London Transit will have one for their university. TTC may have some with the universities residing in Toronto. However, when you have a jurisdiction that crosses boundaries, we've tried that with Sheridan College amongst Oakville, Mississauga, and Brampton. What you have to do is there's a cost to that pass, and when that's part of the tuition, it's given to the transit properties for that part to make them whole in terms of offering that that service. And it only works as if every fee is charged to every student, although a lot of students may not use transit, but the universities recognize the ones that do have that program, it makes sense when you can't opt out. The province did change some requirements, but I believe they withdrew that in terms of having that option available. Currently, right now, Councillor, through the chair, Councillor Frattini, Brampton does not have a UPass program. However, we have been working with many schools or many universities and colleges to see if there's a program that could be had, as long as we're able to be made whole in terms of our revenue losses, because as you know, it's approximately 50% subsidy in our services from the taxpayers.
Yeah, that's great, because I just don't think it makes a lot of sense. You know, I know when my daughter was there, I had to pay tuition, even though she drove, she still had to pay for it. So really, if we're providing this service to bring students there, I think, you know, they should say, okay, you know, you're bringing so much, we should give a little bit back, at least for something, because you're providing the service to bring them there. Okay, I'm glad you're working on it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Frattini. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
I'm trying to put my name on it.
Councillor Singh.
Okay, so I heard loud and clearly something will happen for September. So I'm going to be following up either fare integration or the route back, but I think we do have to do something given the volume of calls and the aggressive nature of some of those calls I've been getting. So I'm okay with that. I'll let you figure it out, but I think if the goal is to have something ready for September, I think that'll be much appreciated.
And through the chair to Councillor Singh, our goal is that. And we're very hopeful that we'll achieve one of those. And again, it's just subject to other factors as the pandemic continues to come out or worsens. That'll be a factor as well. But definitely we'll be looking at. And also, if I can add too, we're looking at the services that Council approved in 2020 to provide our Zoom service going right to the airport. And that's another big one that we're looking at implementing in fall time. I shouldn't say exactly September, but in fall time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Singh. And with that, that closes that item. So next is Councillor question period. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none. Public question period for Public Works section. There are none. So next we have...
Mr. Chair, I added something on the walls. Beginning?
Is that an in-camera item?
No, not the walls, isn't.
From my understanding of our discussion at the beginning of today's meeting, Councillor Frattini, you had requested 2 items and both were in camera.
The walls were not, the catwalk was. And the other one was something to do with procurement, which I did talk to legal.
To facilitate that discussion, I'll ask the clerk how we may proceed.
So through you, Chair Vicente, Councillor Fortini, so you added 2 items to closed. One is still subject to, and the city solicitor will provide some confirmation when we get to closed session. I didn't hear an item about noise walls. Did you say you added an item on noise walls?
Yeah, I added something about the noise walls on Torbram, a discussion, and 1 and 2 in camera. One was about catwalk and procurement.
So my apologies to you, Councillor, and to Committee of Council. I didn't hear that there was an item added on noise walls on Torbram. I did hear adding an item about the catwalk on Torbram, which was a closed session item.
Okay, I'll leave it for next council meeting on the noise walls. That's not a problem.
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps to be helpful, maybe you could ask a question in regards to that in councillor question period for this item. Alternatively, an item could be added to this agenda with a 2/3 vote, or an item, as you suggest, can be added to the April 27th committee meeting.
I'll add it to the April 27th. There's not a hurry. Thank you. We waited 20 years already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Next, we have our referred matters list. Are there any questions with regards to the referred matters list? Seeing none, we now move on to our public question period. Were there any questions from members of the public, Mr. Clerk? Seeing none, we now move to our in-camera agenda. I will ask the clerk to review our in-camera agenda before we recess.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there are two items added for closed session and possibly a third. The first is 15.1, added by Councillor Fortini, and this is in regards to an open meeting exception under Section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, Torbram Catwalk. Second item, 15.2, added by Councillor Paleshi, an open meeting exception under Section 239(2)(f) of the Municipal Act, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And the third item, subject to confirmation from the city solicitor, was proposed from Councillor Fortini. Again, an open meeting exception under Section 239(2)(f), and possibly another reason, subject to the city solicitor's comments in regards to solicitor-client privilege. Ask the city solicitor to comment.
Through the chair, in the discussions with the councillor, there are aspects of the discussion that have been proposed which relate to exception 239(2)(f), advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, as well as K, a position plan procedure criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or by on behalf of the municipality or local board. There may be some aspects of the discussion, if they don't relate to those exceptions, that we can come back out and discuss.
Very good. Mr. Clerk, how much time do you need?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would appreciate 10 minutes. So if committee votes to move into closed, recess until 2:30 would be helpful.
So I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman for us to now recess and re-adjourn in camera at 2:30. That carries. We are in recess.
Councillor Singh, Councillor Bowman, and Chair Visante. We're short one member, yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Fortini has just joined, so we do have quorum.
Thank you very much. We are back in session. Will the clerk please report what happened in camera?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to members of committee, there were three items considered in closed session. The first was 15.1, an open meeting exception under Section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board regarding the Torbram Catwalk. The item was considered, information was received, and no direction was given. The second item was 15.2. The meeting exception was Section F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. The item was considered, information was received, and direction was given to staff. Excuse me. And finally, 15.3, an open meeting exception under Section 239(2)(f) and K of the Municipal Act, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan procedure, criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Information was considered and was received, but no direction was given to staff, and that's the report out, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And members of committee, our last item of business is item 16, which is adjournment. Committee is next scheduled to meet on Wednesday, April the 27th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to adjourn today's meeting. Anyone opposed? That carries. The meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. We're just going to wait for the live